Welcome to Laurence plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow.
Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays for some more Factorio Space Exploration with Krastorio², and it's been, a couple of weeks, wow. So I was rude enough to go on holiday last week, so that meant there was no stream. I hope you didn't miss me too much, but I am back now and ready to carry on getting confused. And so, what's going on here? I have no frames. Why do I have no frames? Oh dear. This is a good start, isn't it? So anyway, last time we were messing around with the train system up here because we have the shiny new space elevator, and so we've linked that into the railway system. We've got these loops of rail going around like this, and Tristan appears to, I assume it's Tristan, appears to be building a massive.
Nope.
Okay, somebody is
me.
building a massive resourcery over here.
That's me, think y'all.
I'm scared.
Good. You should be. You should be terrified.
Yes, I've no idea what that's supposed to be doing.
What he's doing is completely ignoring what we were talking about.
Yep, completely ignoring how everybody else is doing it and just making his own separate thing. Right.
It's technically in keeping with what you were talking about. It's fine.
Yeah, so given that I was talking about everyone doing things in their own way, just to be awkward, yeah, I suppose you're technically correct, which is the most Mike kind of correct. Yes, so we have this area. Hello, everybody. By the way, I should do that, shouldn't I? So, hello, Keek. Hello, Doopy. Hello, Mike. I suppose. Hello, Timon and Peter and Dennis and Nogard, Mikhail and Peter again. Oh no, sorry, in the same place, and Calcium as well, of course. Hello, everybody, and let's spend a minute or two working out what on earth is going on at the moment. So, oh yes, I remember. This is probably what's causing the frame rate struggle. Down here, yes, I was building up this area, which is supposed to bring down all of the resources I could possibly want to this drop-off station here, where they can then be brought up to the astroscience area and made into shiny new stuff. So that's good. Hello, Andre. Welcome. So let's see. I need to make sure I've got all the resources coming through from here that I need, and additionally, there's another one then going to be coming out here, which I've got. Yep, got a belt for that. That's probably all of the stuff that's needed for this build. The only thing is we just don't have enough quite the Roboport coverage in order to get that built. So let's make a copy of this. In fact, let's make a copy of both of this. There's some good Englishing, and I'll tuck that in over here like that. And then we'll need another pylon in the middle of there. Oh, damn it! It doesn't reach. Put one there, and I suppose all right. Put one there just to, you know, quick and dirty. And that'll allow us to get this area built up as well. Then I can finish that belt off. Then we can get, in theory, we can get everything being loaded into this train. I say in theory because, as previously discussed, we're still not going to get any decent amounts of aeroframe scaffolds coming through until we have a supply of cryonite coming in. That's what Tristan's off working on at the moment, I strongly suspect, because he's going to be out on Snowdrop digging up cryonite and processing it into useful forms so it can then be lobbed over here. And this is so we've got a bit of a chain of requirements here. So we need the cryonite to come in here. We need Tristan to build up cryonite so that cryonite can be delivered here, so that we can make the aeroframe scaffolds, so that we can deliver them to this station, so that we can pass them down this belt here to put them into a train that will go up from here, and then from there we then need to have the train deliver them to somewhere around here and send them down this belt, send them down through the system over here into this machine, I think. No, not this machine. No, not this machine. Into some other machines that I haven't even put in yet down here. So there's something I can be doing in order to get that running. We also need to have a supply of cryonite coming in here, where it can be fed over to here to be made into the cryonite slushies, and then passed down over here. And that's what's needed for this. That's what's needed for this step, to make the gamma ray detectors that can then go into the gamma ray telescopes, in order to make the gamma ray data to start, you know, making actual data to make the other kind of data cards that need to be passed up here for this thing. So this, and then once I've got this up and running, we've got Astroscience 3, then we can start making spaceships, and it'll make all of those delivery cannons that I've been talking about hopefully redundant. We shall see. Yes, it is a little bit Rube Goldberg. I'm not dropping a cage over a mouse yet, but it can only be a matter of time. The bowling ball has made its way down the stairs. The other thing we're going to need to do is set up some sort of spaceship docking facility. That's probably going to be somewhere up here at the top, I suspect. And this means that when a spaceship comes in and drops off a load of cryonite or whatever, it can then be picked up by trains, brought to wherever it's needed in this base, and also taken down in the also brought over into the downstream system, which we haven't actually built up yet. We probably will at some point. Mike's conglomeration over here probably has nothing to do with that, but yes, once we can get the trains into the downstream, once we can get all the stuff into the downstream, we can then bring it down, pass it through here, and then send the cryonite all the way down to Norvis separately. That can then be unloaded here in one of these stations and passed over into some sort of system that I don't know where we're going to put it, because we are going to need a system that takes all of the stuff that comes out of these stations here and deals with it, puts it onto the normal train network. And given that these belts are all going upwards, there isn't really a space in here to put it unless we get rid of this copper smeltery, or perhaps we pass the belts all the way around here and have a train pickup system over here with some sorting cunningness in it. So that's all going to be fairly complicated. We'll have to have a good think about how we're going to do that, but I'm sure it's not completely insurmountable. We shall see.
It's all right. I've got my bit of paper with my notes on it. I found it.
So does that mean you now know what you're doing?
Yes. Well, the important thing about it is it has the order of the stations written on it.
Right.
I see that, Tristan. I see that.
Good.
Yes,
Yes,
it's what I spent last time doing, was lots and lots of planning and working things out and doing sort of...
Oh, no wonder
drafts
the
and
videos
so
were
on.
so short. Mike wasn't breaking anything.
Without me working hard,
Breaking
visibly in the game, you couldn't see any real sense of progress. That's what I hear you saying.
This worries me, but I guess we'll just let him get on with it and see what happens. I mean, I have a strong suspicion I know what he's doing, and that's why it worries me.
What do you think I'm doing?
I think you're going to be bringing up individual resources from Norvis, and then having transfer. No, actually, that wouldn't really, even by your standards, that wouldn't make any sense.
No, that'd be mad. That'd be insane.
I mean, it's what you've got drop-off stations for up here already,
Yeah.
which is why I thought that. But
Expand the concept.
so over here you have individual stations. This station, for example, is for plastic. Whereas as an example, over here I've got a station that is intended to be for dropping off glass and beryllium and coal and light oil. Although the light oil will go elsewhere, but essentially it's going to be dropping off all of the solids in one station, and we're then going to have a sortatorium up here that's going to split them out as necessary and send them down the different appropriate ways. Mike, on the other hand, has separate stations for each resource. Which means that a train full of plastic comes to here, drops off. Train full of iron comes up to here and drops off, and so on. So I mean, this is probably something that could be arranged from Norvis, probably.
So where do those trains come from?
Well, that's the question, because
Look at the monstrosity.
yeah, no, that was what I was getting at. So this thing is so you're going to bring up. Oh, I see. Right, yeah. So he's going to bring up mixed trains of
one of these
miscellaneous
is not like the other.
to this one, and then unload all of that into presumably into belts that are coming across here, pass them up this way, and then have individual pickup stations for everything up here. That seems weird and convoluted. I mean, it's
It says the guy who's like going, I'm just going to dump it all into one station and have something sorted out afterwards. It's the same thing. It's just slightly more expanded. But
with an extra set of trains in the middle. Yes, I can. Yeah, I see what you mean. I can take that point.
The other thing to bear in mind, and this is what I spent a lot of time thinking about last time, is where is the bottleneck in the entire transit system? It's the space elevator.
Maybe. I don't know, because the trains should be able to pump fairly swiftly through it. I suspect the actual bottleneck in the entire transit system is going to continue to be here.
And they're on Norvis.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a fair point.
That T-junction has been our bottleneck for quite a long time. I suspect it's going to continue that way.
Need to fix that, really. My reckoning in the end, after quite a lot of looking at it, was that if we all are zipping stuff up and down through the space elevator, then either that becomes a massive traffic jam, or more likely, in fairness, it's not actually a gridlock thing. So I did phrase that question kind of badly. I think.
But you said bottleneck, which is entirely is entirely fair description of what it's an entirely fair. It's an entirely fair description of what you're saying you think might happen.
Yes, I think it's technically correct, but I also think it wasn't necessarily the most helpful description of it that I could have given.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
If I bring a single train of 2 carriages up to, let us say for the sake of argument that I.
So your plan is basically your plan can be summarised with you want to bring longer trains up the elevator.
No, I want one small train going up the. Well, we're getting one small train going up and down the elevator.
Because that's what the stations are built for here.
Exactly. Therefore, I want that to be doing the shortest possible journey, so that it then splits out the resources up topside.
So it can rattle back and forth more quickly, more frequently.
Yes. And I think that is the bottleneck, because you've got fundamentally every single resource that goes from Norvis to Norbit for every single science, or for your science, for materials for me, coming up on one single train.
So
And
somebody made a comment on I think it was either on a video or in Discord. I can't remember for certain which it was, but they were saying that they were building all of their resource processing things on the furthest out moon in their solar system. So in this case, it'd be Snowdrop in ours. So that the spaceships didn't have to go all the way into Norvis. My thought in response to that was, why don't you just put in an additional spaceship? And the same applies to your suggestion here, that you could simplify quite a bit.
I could have multiple trains, yes.
By having multiple trains, because the only bit you're really saving on is it means your train will come up it'll come up here and it'll drop into here and then it'll come back down again. Sorry, I'm pointing on the stream, which isn't very helpful.
I've got the screen on another monitor. Don't worry.
Okay, but the stream lag and so on. So you're saving the time it takes the train to go basically all this distance over to your science area and then back again.
Yep.
And
so
yes, that will take a non-zero amount of time.
Yeah.
However, I think you'd save more time by just sticking a second train in there.
But it's not just about time.
Throughput.
It's about the horizontal bandwidth. So bandwidth is the horizontal part of capacity in the system. If you put, let's just say for the sake of argument, 5 trains on there, then how do you deal with the contents of those trains not being included in any of the signals and so on, and how do you prevent yourself from accidentally deadlocking yourself on bringing up, for the sake of argument, too much copper?
That is a fair comment. I think with two trains, you could probably do it by you could do it by not loading the
warehouses.
Well, yeah. Also that, or if you want to be a bit cleverer, you could have the train on Norvis not start loading until the train in Norbit starts unloading.
At which point you've got pretty minimalistic savings.
No, you've doubled because you've doubled it because
you doubled it. But if you had a third train and you haven't,
the third train is problematic with that idea. Yes.
Yeah. And so again, you're very much bandwidth limited.
Yeah, I guess
I appreciate what I'm doing is probably only marginally better than some of the alternatives.
My gut feeling is that that you can have sufficient extra storage space. Bear in mind our trains are going to have 100 stacks. That's a fifth of a rocket, and we've been working on just bring up a rocket load of whatever. So we bring up a rocket load of stuff onto the main bus, and then just sorting it out, and that's been okay.
For the main bus, yes, but at least I'm using delivery cannons to feed material science.
Yes, but if your warehouse that stores 5 different items can store enough of a buffer for the system to work with the main bus, I think it should be okay with the science as well. Also, I don't think the throughput of stuff... Actually, no, material science might be an exception here. I was going to say I don't think the throughput of stuff is sufficiently high for that to be a serious problem. However, I am aware that material science, specifically making the material testing packs, does have a very high throughput. So that might be a little bit different.
The limiting stuff. I know you're looking at it right now, and it's
stopped.
It's all completely backed up.
That's
because all of the it's partly that, but mostly basically all the data cards are backed up as well, or most of them are.
Oh, we're short of data cards again. Oh, yes, I think you're probably right. I haven't even looked at my to-do list yet because we've been discussing it for other stuff.
What I mean is map 1 there.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, you've got enough. Yeah, you've got enough catalogs. You've got enough catalogs.
It's not quite, but 3 of the 4 are.
Yeah.
Here, again, 3 of the 4 are, and those that are starved of input are on pistol magazines for 1, and where's the other one?
Right.
The other one actually seems to be working fine now.
Yeah, it's just running merrily.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think yes, this system is now been. I think you've filled up your buffers, and I think you've overbuilt on the data card production, basically.
Right. I mean, I'll take that one. I have built, should we say, to a substantially higher specification than maybe everybody else has.
Yes.
That's how it goes, based on my correct understanding and everybody else's misunderstanding. That's how I'm phrasing it, so sue me. But joking aside, I don't think it's that I've filled up the buffers. I think it's the other way around. I think the drawer on the top end has stopped.
You could be right, because we are currently trying to do mining productivity, which is a biological one, and we have run out of and we have run out of bio 1 by the looks of it. I'm
No,
just trying to find
production science packs.
Oh, we've run out of production science. Oh, right, yes, because we ran out of vulcanite last time, and we only just fixed that, and now we've run out of something else. Oh, yes, I remember. Yes, the iron train is broken.
There you are. I helps you. You're welcome.
Before moving on to that, Mike.
Hello.
How important is that horizontal track for you?
It's not.
Assuming that a detour is provided.
It's not. It's just there for completeness, basically.
I assume you need a route for trains to get across there, though.
Oh, I will do. Sorry, yes.
Okay. Because
sorry, so taking it back, it's quite important that something happens. But yes, you're.
So you'd be happy with that? How I've changed it?
Blimey.
So it has to go round the elevator, but it means that it's not blocking the output of the elevator.
I see.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay, so yes. So my first answer was completely wrong. Yes, it is rather important. So yes, that's so that train zipping from let's say the plastic train, for example, which is only ever going to stay in space, can move from A to B and back again.
I can't see my to-do list. My microphone's in the way. Right, let's.
First world problems.
I've nudged it across a little bit, and now chat can see a suspicious glowing red thing in the corner of the screen. Right, so I have an actual to-do list now. Let's have a look at this. So, there's just lots of issues I've noticed. So one of the things is that all of the stations down here on the bus that are dropping off things for Norvis, these should all be changed over to the more modern single warehouse design. Now, doing this one would actually be quite straightforward because there is no immersium plate on this planet, so this would be an easy one to fix. This one would be slightly harder because there's 12,000 something or other, whatever the processed fuel in here. But ideally, we want to switch all of these over to being this design basically, because that's much more efficient and effective and just doesn't slow things down as much. The next thing on the list is more space for pickup trains to transfer exhaust emissions. What?
Mikhail is saying that we could make the materials testing packs on the ground and have a dedicated spaceship that just brings them up.
We could. The problem with using spaceships from planets is that it's very expensive in rocket fuel, and we don't have an infinite supply of oil because we're playing Krastorio. So that's.
And they also stack to 10, which makes it.
And they don't stack very high. Yes. We could do with another.
How about an excessively long train that just every so often brings up 50 wagons worth of it and blocks the main transit path while it does it?
That was my very early thought how to do it.
So when I played 0.5, I built the material testing packs on site because my train system basically couldn't keep up with the level of demand. Now I was using 1-1 trains, so there wasn't a huge amount of. But basically, as soon as a train had gone to bring some over, as soon as it left, it'd run out again almost immediately, which is why I ended up building them on site because they stack so badly. However, because we get through a lot of them, doing it on Norvis would save us quite a lot of resource. So. Don't know. There are advantages both ways, certainly. So this is for that one. This is then that one. Oh dear. Am I missing another? Yes, I am missing another. Let's put in another one of these up here somewhere. Like that.
Where's my pen gone? There it is. The thing I like about using pen and paper to support this is that it means that I can, I just like having lists of things written down on pen and paper. But it's weird as when you sort of halfway through a game and you sit there going, what I need to do now is get my notepad out and reference it.
Yeah, I know.
It reminds me of my day job.
Oh, I don't. Oh, yeah, actually no. I do sometimes use. No, that's wrong. I do sometimes use paper in my day job as well. Yeah. Oh, words. Yeah. It's sometimes somehow it is just straight up easier to make notes on paper sometimes because you can scroll things down a lot quicker than you can, or it's like than you can by opening up the to-do list thing up here and then typing stuff in. And what have we got here? Create bus, train station, and train network giant lobster. Okay, I think that might have been done actually. To be honest, I can probably tick that one off. Yeah, so it's a lot quicker to scribble something down on a piece of paper, which is why I've been doing it for things like dead soldiers in XCOM and my to-do list in my previous space exploration run and so on.
It's
Mikhail is suggesting using a dedicated elevator for testing packs. Now, I mean, that is a possibility.
I genuinely love it. However,
we might need to get. We might need to get a slightly healthier supply of elevator cable up and running first.
Yeah, I was going to say the sort of the core of the problem from my perspective there, Mikhail, is look who I'm working with. I got to convince them to accept that, and they're already there going, "Oh, I don't know about a perfectly healthy suggestion that thousands of stations is the way to go."
Oh yeah, I was going to put in additional ones of these to hold all of our shame. Specifically Mark's shame.
I cleared it up.
Oh, did you? Oh, of course, awesome. Okay, Mark's shame is no longer shameful. Don't need that there. But I think this is probably just about big enough, but you know, you can never have too much storage. So put another one of those in there like that. So yeah, Mikhail says he also in his playthrough started off doing the testing packs on building the testing packs on the surface to presumably to save costs and then move them up into space because for goodness sake, basically.
Yeah, and I think that's the core of the issue is that it's just oh my goodness. I don't want to criticize, but I'm going to. Laurence, what's going on here?
What do you mean? What's going on here?
You've turned the belt one too late.
Oh yeah, that was because I wanted to leave a bit more space for it, so I've moved them all down one.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
For the sake of having a little bit more space available. Oh, you've just gone and put all the belts in. Okay, fair enough.
What he's doing.
It's probably I was going to do them one at a time because I'm fairly sure that's more than we actually need, but
I
actually maybe not actually looking at that.
It's not enough.
No, there are quite a lot of stations across the top.
I have 16 separate items on my list.
Yes, but how many of them come from the top rank bank of stations? So my idea here, which I shall explain before you galumph in and break
14.
things. Okay, is that that first strip is for the top row of stations. The second strip is for the second row of stations. The third strip is for the third row of stations.
So connecting this in like that is not what you intended.
Correct. So that should go down here.
That first one is correct.
What, the explosives?
No, explosives is not correct.
Coal, glass, and rare metals.
That's because I did those.
Oh yeah.
Oh
know,
right,
we're all
you pinged
surprised
over
about
there.
that as well. No worries. Okay, that's fine. No. Those are one to be. Okay, fine. I suppose I have to put them in there.
Yeah, I was basically putting them in as I needed them, and so far I've needed. I need coal, glass, and rare metals, and
shouldn't explosives be the left-hand end?
it did. I did feel like it should
where
be.
It is on the. Well, it's given where it is in the stations. I mean, I suppose I could route it further up and along and so on.
Yeah, there'd be more.
Now the
slightly more
uranium has to
crossing
work
over.
its way over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine, yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Okay, I'll let that drain down the... Not there. Down the belt for a second.
Right. What else have I got on my to-do list? So there's the do we need more? Oh yeah. Do we need more space on the downstream drop-off stations on Norvis to load the ground? Oh yes, to load the ground train. So that was the thing I was talking about earlier with these drop-off belts over here, and whether there's going to be enough room for that. I think we may end up just having to bring them all the way across the top here and have our loading area over here, I guess. Power for the beacon for the steel beams for the advanced furnaces. Oh yes, I remember. That was over here. We're trying to make this all this stuff, and there isn't a pylon there to power that beacon. So this whole thing is reliant on how quickly this machine runs in boring standard mode. That's fixed. Send red circuit train somewhere from old red circuit factory. So we've got a train over here that's full of red circuits. But it's never going to fill up, so let's send it off to a red circuit drop. It'll clear off next time somewhere needs red circuits, but it's not going to wait for any more to come in because it's not going to get them, so that's fine.
I just looked at the map and the number of robots flying around.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
In space or on Norvis, because I think they're both fairly...
On Norvis.
Why not both?
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite a lot. Oh, good grief, what are they doing up here? Oh, of course, they're dismantling all the free power stuff. Right. So we're sacrificing our UPS today in order to get UPS some other time. Oh, good grief.
Call it an investment.
We could just nuke it, you know.
The bots would go in and rebuild it.
Oh.
Yeah, true.
You nuke it and put a deconstruction plan over it.
Yeah, that would be the correct way. The sad thing is, even when this bit's been done, they've still got to then do all of this up here as well, and I don't know if there's any more. Oh, and all of this as well. All of this is marked for deconstruction. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay, so today is going to be a day of very, very few frames because all of the bots are doing absolutely everything all of the time. Good. So we have... Oh, the next problem is the iron ingot train. Did you say you were looking at that, Tristan?
I solved that.
You solved that. Okay, cool. So
I
that
did
should...
most of it last week. I just needed to send it. Send it off to the station. I placed the station last week.
Right, so here we go. A load of iron ingots have been dropped off here. So those are pouring through into the rocket. This rocket will probably fill up quite soon. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's going to fill up pretty soon at the rate of the iron ingots, and also glass, and apparently lube is coming in. So that'll be full pretty damn soon. Then that'll launch, and we'll be able to start making those science packs again that we said we'd run out of. So that's good.
This breaking the belts here that I've just painted. How intentional is this? It looks very intentional to me.
Yeah,
that was don't start stuff until we're ready.
Yeah, I extended it to the right because it was there at the left.
Yeah, it's a don't start passing stuff through until we're ready and have convinced ourselves that this is what we actually want to do.
We have shifted the areas down, which was the part of the reason for cutting it off there, was so that we'd have the option of doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all fair and reasonable, you know.
All's fair in love and Factorio.
It's probably reasonable to connect it now.
Yeah. Yeah, let that stuff through and fill the everythings. Iron train done. Move space prod. Oh yeah, I was thinking we should perhaps move the basic sciences off the bus. Or I don't know, just because really. At the moment, we might just decide we want to have an extra machine making productivity science and maybe utility science as well. There may be no actual good reason to move them off the bus. I suspect the throughput is probably fine. But at some point, we'll want to replace the rocket of doom with a train of doom. So at some point. Better productivity modules in the labs. That's a good idea. And apparently the material science resource stations aren't dealing with batteries properly. That'd be a Mike thing. It might not be the most urgent of Mike things, but it is a thing that I have noted.
I am aware of your noticing it, and your noticing it has been noted and shall be reported to the proper authorities at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Scrap is entirely backed up because we're not using heavy oil.
Oh,
Yes,
that rings a bell.
Shall I sort out a train and send it down to Norvis, a fluid train?
To send the heavy oil down to Norvis?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be
we
a
don't
way
have a
to
heavy oil station.
No, because the heavy oil so far has only been being used for making the thermofluid, and we've got enough of that. What we probably need to actually start doing is turning. What's going on somewhere? Talos is getting beaten up. That's probably my problem.
Convert it to light oil and
Yeah, that's what I was
provide
trying
that
to
for
say.
whatever it was that you
I'm not
used.
doing a very good job of it. Okay, so there's been an attack, and the bots have been going out, and that's unhelpful. There's the biters have expanded and put down a worm in a place where it can spit at the laser turrets with impunity, and also immunity.
Artillery?
Probably. I'm about to find. Yes, there's a one on my remote thing, so I think that's going to be a thing we can do. And about 10 minutes later, the artillery shell should arrive. Hopefully. Where is that artillery shell? Is there one coming? Yes, there it is. It's finally arrived. That took a long time. And it successfully killed the worm. Excellent. The worm has been turned. Let's also take out the other nest that's down there, or the thing of nests. Hopefully these biters will now all just attack the wall where there is suitable defences. Yes, just like that. Good. Peter suggests I should go and have a check on Marc to make sure that he's not actually building up an additional 10 space elevators for peak efficiency.
Having looked at what Marc's doing, can confirm 10 is not considered peak efficiency. He's actually got 11.
Oh, at least it's not 41.
No, that's meteorite defense guns.
Yes, I know. I just thought it might be the mimetic number. Yes, the answer you got from No Guard was quite right, Bernie. Yes, we are in the process of moving all of the solar up into orbit so it can produce more power, and then shove it all down the space elevator, because that's just a nice easy way of dealing with it. So are they expanding because there's pollution? There's not really much pollution. There's a little bit on the railway lines, but other than that, it seems to be fairly clean out here.
Well,
at least outside the base.
They'll still expand. If memory serves, when we looked into this several months ago now, it's on the generation of pollution that the evolution factor increases, or whatever it is. But the virus will still also just gently breed over time, so they'll slowly grow in generated chunks, regardless of the pollution level.
What a horrible idea!
Faster if there's lots of pollution. Yeah, it suddenly takes a bit away from the effectiveness of the pollution filters.
Yeah, and I suppose yes. If you were playing vanilla, it wouldn't make any difference whether it was on generation or consumption of the pollution. Shall I stick in a? That's not a large tank. I stick in a large tank to take some of this heavy oil while we're.
I'm sorting out converting it to petroleum.
Yeah, but I meant as a sort of in the meantime.
Do we have a shortage of petroleum?
I'll put one in.
Okay.
No, but we're getting it out of barrels. I put a small one in.
Cool. Oh yeah, I see.
If we get out of barrels, then.
No, hang on, wait. That's for petroleum.
I put another one in down the road from that.
All
Mostly right.
Fair enough. I'm happy to believe.
Next
Oh
to
yeah,
the
I see it over there. Yes. Okay. Cool. What was I? Yeah. Okay. That should tide it over for the time being then. Oh yeah. Yes. I think that's what we're saying, Peter. Expansion happens without pollution. It's just annoying when they drop a worm in that just happens to be in range of one of your bases, but out of range of your laser turrets. Yeah, not enough nukes have been employed. You could say that. The problem is that in K2SE, the nukes aren't as powerful as I'm used to, and it just takes forever to do anything with them. Oh yes, productivity modules. That's what I was doing. Now I've undistracted myself again. So over here we have that looks like a 4, and we can potentially make 5s. So that's worth doing. Which takes 2 and bioscrubbers and biocatalyg wands, all of which are things that should be around and available. So let's go shopping.
Bioscores are empty.
Oh, okay.
But I'm improved the production on Big Root, so rocket should be available soon.
Okay. There's quite a lot of them available still on the belt. I could go and nick them off that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I think upgrading the those things productivity modules is a worthwhile endeavour. What's the best productivity modules I can just? Oh, I can't request anything because I'm not near. I'm probably not going to be in an orange. Is there any orange around here? Yes, over by the spaceship.
So a quick sanity check. I think I remember this right, but I'd want to double check it. Used train battery thingy-majigs were just dropping onto the scrap belt, yeah?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Excellent. Don't mind
You
me.
can also drop a small number of charged ones.
But it's not encouraged.
Yeah, if you're rerouting belts or something and need to get rid of some, that's okay. If you're just feeding the belt that's supplying them onto the discard belt,
Then
that is
Tristan will
not
come
a-
round and hunt you down and smack you around the head.
Yes.
Yeah, no, so I wasn't expecting to put any charged ones on there at all.
Good.
Although I may have miscalculated where one of the bots is. Bot, where are you?
I'm not going to have any of
Don't
those.
worry, there's nothing going wrong to look at. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Oh no, where's the bot?
I've got 9 prod 4s. Okay, that's a start. It's not going to be enough, so actually I do need some prod 3s. Let's get those as well. Actually, let's fly over and meet the bots, because otherwise this is going to take forever for them to bring it over to me and they'll all crash. So, yes, making the productivity module 5s is going to require two prod 4s for each one, plus a load of other stuff. So I'm going to come over here and at about 2 frames per second, wait for the bots to bring me all of the stuff I've now been asking for and just stockpiling. So this is going to take a moment or two. Right. Yeah, yes, putting in laser artillery down there would probably be quite useful, because the laser artillery is basically just a massive laser turret, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that would be a good way of just sorting that problem out. We've got one of those prod 4s so far. Are there any more being brought over? No. I could have sworn it said 9 of them were available a minute ago, but maybe they've gone somewhere funny.
How do you know they were really available, not just pretending?
I don't, if I'm being honest. I'm just sort of hoping.
That's a legitimate question that the boss asked me at work today. It's paraphrased slightly, but only very slightly.
Mike, how do you know you're not just being an idiot? He seemed to say.
How do you know the server's working and not just pretending? I was there going, I don't even know how to begin to answer that without being really insulting.
Well, it's replying when I ask it questions. That's a pretty good sign.
Well, I was there going, the specific server he was talking to me he was actually using to talk to me. In fairness, he didn't know that. We've had a bit of infrastructure jig around. So,
but still.
Yeah, I was like going,
mate.
I have to think of a very polite and very careful way of phrasing it. He's poor guy. He's going through a rough patch at the moment with some personal problems. So yeah, got to give him a bit of a pass.
Trying to be nice to him as best as you know how.
Yeah, exactly. And
unfortunately, that isn't very nice.
Basically. But yeah, it's hang on. Haha! I found a thing. I fixed it. That's weird.
Grab some of those as well. And float off into space. Yes, Eric, we are indeed playing space exploration with Krastorio because we are all masochists. And there's 4 of us, so in theory that should make it a little bit less painful. In actuality, it makes it much more painful because Mike comes in and does things. And then we have to discourage him with a big stick. But most of the time, it's not too bad.
I'd like to take this opportunity to point out that you went to... Did we agree it was the easiest of the sciences? And went, Mike, as the one who's got a quarter of the experience of any of the other 3 of us, go and deal with this one. I went, okay! And then realised it was the hard one.
Yes, basically. Oh, a lot more vitamin injection behind me. Yeah, and it was in your offence, it was iridium. The science isn't particularly difficult, but the iridium was the difficult one. And I honestly hadn't. And I didn't realise how difficult iridium was at the time. I think the hardest of the sciences is probably the one that Marc's doing. I will happily take. I'll take this disagreement. Catalogues, damn it. Sorry, Tristan.
Ignoring deep space.
Yes. Yes, because we're not.
Yeah, out of the 4 parallel streams. Because I really hope that deep space is harder than any of these. 'Cause if
So
it's
should we
not,
send
let's be
Mike
honest,
off to get the Naquium?
I don't know what that
The easy
is.
bit though.
You true.
That sounds
actually.
like a yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. Mike can do the Arcospheres then. That sounds much more reasonable.
I do know what those are. Because I remember talking to you about them, saying, because I had a quick skimmy through the a quick shuffle
A
through the
skimmy.
recipes.
Yeah.
A skimmy. As a shuffly and a skim, I just sort of got confused halfway through.
English is a flexible language. It's fine.
It is. It's like, oh, that just looks like a simple Markovian problem that needs solving. But you're probably just good, given the nature of the game, you probably just slap down a bunch of circuit conditions and call it good.
I was assuming that Mike would be doing the Arcosphere balancing because the
'cause
three of
everyone
us
else
have all
has.
done it, and
Because,
so
because the
have
three
done
of
our
us
methods.
saddists.
Yeah. The rest of us know what it's like and have learnt our lesson.
Yeah, fair enough. I am happy to give it a whirl. It can be a stream where a stream where we basically all sit around watching Mike work things out.
No, to be fair, what'll probably happen is maybe we'll send you off to do that one, and in the meantime, we'll go off and fix every single other problem in the factory because there will be many of them. 2, 3, 4.
Potential for amusement there is very high.
The potential for fixing all the problems. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I've made another 3, so I've got 5 prod mods now. How many does this thing actually take? Well, I will have 5 when it's finished. 1, 2, 3. It takes 6, because of course it does. Push the right buttons, Laurence. There we go. So I'm going to need a lot more of both of these.
Space belt on the ground.
Boop. And standing on things is difficult. I should make a belt immunity thing, shouldn't I? Or alternatively, I can just drift vaguely in through space like this. This seems to work as well, because reasons. Correct. One of the labs doesn't have any because I pulled all the 4s out of it in order to make them into 5s because I thought I might as well. Might as well upgrade those modules, and then so I have turned that lab off though because I don't want to
I was
use
about
it.
to say you were sensible. You rotated the inserter.
Yes, and I even waited until it stopped running before I went in and stole all of the modules out of it.
I'm confused.
Being very efficient.
Sensible. How have I accidentally, somewhere, I think this is me, but I might be wrong. On Norvis, we've got alerts saying there's 153 space belts that can't be placed, which does sound reasonable to me. In fairness.
Yeah, using space belts on Norvis does seem like a bad idea. Have you tracked them down and found out where they are and what the problem is?
I have not, no.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
I just assumed it's a Tristan thing from building the elevator.
Nope.
No, it's Mike.
It's a Mike thing.
It's a Mike thing trying to lay
And
down. Well,
it-
trying to lay down space belts. Not to put too fine a
because when
point on it.
Yeah, when I went to
You try to help.
when I went to Norbit, I changed out my settings to have basically all space stuff, like my hotbar.
What we're trying to say is that Mike was trying.
Yeah, I absentmindedly just like, oh yeah, I'll just do this. Absentmindedly pressed my key for belt, and then was surprised when it didn't.
I tend to use Q for that.
Yeah, me too.
Often protects me from that sort of thing.
Generically, I do when I remember, but I'm just so used to it being okay. Wait, it's other than space exploration, how many mod packs have belts you can't place in a specific or things you can't place on that surface? Not counting water and landfill.
I don't know. I haven't played anything other than space exploration for quite a long time.
No worries. What the heck? Oh, blast. Hang on.
Right, I'm starting to do some station upgrades because it seems like a good idea. Yeah, this one will all fit. That's nice. I'll be able to dump all of this. All of this stuff can then be shoved into the into the one warehouse here, and then I can get rid of all of these warehouses. Only thing I need to do is turn this station off while I do it. Is there a way to... Yes, there we go. That's
You
turned...
can just turn the what's name off. Turn the constant combinator off.
Oh, that would work. Probably. Yeah, it seems to have... It hasn't called for another train, so I think yes, that probably is working. Right. So now let's get emptying.
Where's your hat, Laurence?
Oh, there's been a hat request. I can almost reach a hat. Almost. Thank you for pointing that out, because I was not paying as much attention as I should have been. There's a hat. Hat.
It had to happen. Heyo.
Pat on head. Or hat on head, perhaps. Right, that should drain all of that. I do want to do an upgrade on all of these belts, otherwise it's going to take forever. I just want to upgrade to blue. I wish there was an easy way to do that.
Make upgrade planner.
Yeah,
You can make an upgrade planner, yes, but I wish I wanted an easier way than that. But because I'm just being lazy.
Have one already made.
Yeah, quite. There we go. So now
Can you
that'll...
share upgrade planners?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
can copy it to string, but
Don't worry too much about it. It's just...
I don't think you need string. I think you need belts.
oh well.
But let's
Sort of Minecraft joke.
turn those off for the time being, because they're just making things worse, as is traditional.
Ah, you've turned yourself off, have you? Right. There we are. My monstrosity is built. It's not got the station names added yet, but that's because I haven't decided what order I want them in just yet. I've got a bit of paper that says, but I'm also looking at it going, how? It also really doesn't matter, in fairness. Actually, that's not true. The first 4 stations, 2, 3, 4 stations.
Why are we waiting for that? There we go.
Have fractionally shorter route.
Right, so we can leave that draining into there. Then over here we do exactly the same thing again. Including the upgrades. This is all yellow, I think. Yes. I'll do that. Even though it means all the bots fly out and go, oops, and then fly back again. I don't care. I'm being mean. So, now there we go. That's now going to empty all of that into there. We can now deconstruct this bit, and this bit, and this bit. And then once all of this is finished, draining through into this warehouse, where it should all fit, I can then demolish all of these and just replace them with loaders and so on. I do need to connect this to this warehouse to this system over here, though. So let's do that with the cable, which will go from... Are these all linked? Okay, so we need to go from here to here to here to here. There we go. Now when I take out the warehouses, we'll still have the connection going over to this warehouse. And we've put some random cables in the warehouse as well, because of course we have. Stupid game. There we go. That seems to have got rid of them. I don't know where they went, but they've gone. So I'm happy.
Probably on the floor next to it.
Alright, this seems to be partially okay. What is going on here? Oh, it's got a clever unloading system, so it keeps to keep all the things balanced. I see. Clever, maybe in inverted commas for this thing, but never mind. We'll let that run. And I think I need to do the same thing with the cabling over here as well, which probably means I'll get some more put in an unfortunate place. But run that.
That just sounds painful.
I know. Nobody wants cable in an unfortunate place. There's one already going across there. There isn't one going over there, or over there, or to there. There we go. It didn't do the stupid thing that time. Excellent. Right, so that's a couple of the stations that are in the process of upgrading, and this one's nearly done by the looks of it. Just this bit to empty out, so we can start getting rid of all of these, and all of these inserters, because inserters are basically nonsense for this sort of thing. We have better technology these days. Those. I don't know how many of these I'm actually going to do, but for now we'll get a couple done at least. Right, and there we go. So that now should be reporting a suitably large number of yes, it's reporting it's minus 18,000 solid fuel still. So now I can turn this back on again. Click, and the station should work as well, essentially as before, but better, because all of this processed fuel is now going to be held in one warehouse instead of umpteen. Why have you guys stopped? You're supposed to keep going. You know what? Let's just uncable all of these. How are they working? I don't know. I don't want it to be doing any of this anyway. No, missed. Lag. There we go. I don't want any of this. I just want it to run and just whatever. Except this one isn't. Right, so that needs to be disconnected from there as well. Right, there we go. Now it's running. Because I don't particularly care about any sort of kind of... Oh, it's done the cable thing again. Alright. I don't particularly care about balancing the unloading anymore, because we're going to be doing that with, you know, actual balancers, so it'll work much better. With a single warehouse, sorry, as the balancer. So that's going to work much better. So we'll just pull all of the solid fuel out of all of these. Don't care about balance, as I say. And then we can just upgrade everything to... And then we can get rid of these warehouses in the same way I have done over here. And the system will just work, TM. I can get rid of all of these extra... Well, this extra combinator in the middle of here. There's a sentinel over here. That's one of the miniature radar things, isn't it?
Yes.
These ones you get right at the start of the game. They're basically a radar with a range of about this sort of size. And we apparently still have one running. And using 40 kilowatts. Which isn't
That's
very
too
much.
Burn it, kill it with fire.
But we do have some wind turbines next to it that are. So there's 4 wind turbines next to it, and two wind turbines will produce enough power to make one Sentinel run.
In fairness, wind turbines are also atrocious.
Yes, they are. No disagreement from me.
Although I will say, so to balance that, I do actually quite like the fact that they are present as a early game power source.
Yes, I like that. I like that wind turbines are a thing you can use. I just don't like that they're so bad. I mean, we never really did use them. We used them for a little bit in a sort of a, well, we seem to have wind turbines, let's give them a shot. Then we realised how bad they were and just abandoned the idea, as I remember.
Yep, that effectively matches my recollection. Yes.
So they weren't even useful even in the early game. They were just there as a distraction to make us think, oh, maybe we could maybe these wind turbines are going to be useful. So we made some, and then they turned out to suck.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, Marc has made up for it with the sheer number of them he's used in Pionodons. That's very fair. Right, there we go. That is also solid fuel. Solid fuel and processed fuel are both now on the new scheme. Oh, I need to turn this combinator back on again. Boop, like that. It's requesting 5 trains worth of stuff. Well, there's only 17,000 in there, and we're requesting 64,000, so that isn't unreasonable. What is this train doing? It's sitting at solid fuel drop over in Circuit City. Not Circuit City, Module City. Because there's nowhere... It's an automatic. It's trying to go to pick up. There's nowhere to pick up solid fuel from. That's presumably going to be coming from Big Oil.
Yes, not being reconnected when I...
Oh, right.
So because I've removed the... has it just set off? Oh, no, you're not looking
I
at
don't
it
know. I'm
anymore.
not looking at it anymore.
Yes, it has.
Yes, it has.
Because I removed the warehouses and they're one of the joins.
You know, I was going to blame Mike because it was a problem in Module City. I'm glad I kept my mouth
You
shut.
can still do that.
We could, true.
I mean, in fairness, I blame Pete.
You always do. So yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like it's his catchphrase.
Right. So which one of these is even mine? I think it's this one. Yeah, it must be because I didn't do any of this horribleness. What? I don't think I want to know actually what's going on here. Who is it? Oh, it's Tristan. Okay. Still don't want to know.
It detects when a train's full.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm sure that's the easiest way to do that.
It's more interesting way.
Yeah, to be fair, I do appreciate different people doing things in different ways. So yeah, sure.
Eyes?
Hello, Toro. Welcome. Need to connect a box and solid fuel container with belts. Is that a message an old enough one that I have now done it? I think it probably. Solid fuel bottom one container. Yeah. Okay. I think I have hooked it all up now. All right. Nobody's played Hydrate, so I'm going to do it myself. Okay. That is a random. Oh yes, I remember what I was doing. This stream is going to be an endless stream of me saying, "Oh yes, I remember what I was doing" before I distracted myself. That's true. That is a good, perennial. That is a good way to look at the wind turbines. They are there as a sort of an emergency thing for bootstrapping things like water pumps. Now, solar panels are probably better for that because they produce more power. But it is still, yes, it is still a valid use for them. I will agree with you there. Let's make some more of those. Pulled out 6, so I can make 3. So I still need to make another 3, which means I need a bajillion more vitamelange extract. I'm still not quite sure why I'm doing this by hand, but I've started, so I'll finish, as they say. Mostly because I don't think we're not ready to start making these sort of things en masse. Now I could hand feed the machines to make them, which would be ever so slightly more efficient, but I don't think it's really worth it. True, solar does not work all the time, but when it does work, it's significantly better, unless you're on a very, very distant planet, which we're not. 1. How many do these take of the...
Even Snowdrop is getting 70 odd kilowatts per solar panel.
Right, yeah. So that's already, so that's still 3.5 times what a. So even taking into account the day-night cycle, it's still significantly better. Granted, not all the time though. 2. 1, 2.
I can't even tell
3,
what time of day
4,
it is.
5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay, I might have made enough now. If you're getting snowblind, then it's probably daytime. Snow is, as we all know, very, very bright. Chuck those in there. I seem to have accidentally nearly made 2 more than I need. Let's cancel those because they take a long time. No, wait. What? Numbers are hard. Need 2 more. There's one of them, and I'm making the second. Right, okay, there we go. That is the right number. So that's taken the productivity of the science labs up to plus 82% now. I think you're on about 75 or something beforehand. So yeah, that's definitely worth having, and it'll decrease the amount of resource we end up spending on science packs. Now over here, we're trying to get the this science up and running. This science is running now, which is nice. I approve of that. It's playing catch up, of course, because it's not been working for quite a long time because we had the iron problem. And over here, I can't look in the train. I'm in the wrong mode. There we go. Okay, the train is nearly half full again of them. So I think we're probably catching up. How many do we have in storage over here? None. Okay. All right. I don't know if we're catching up. I want to say I feel like we are. I have no real evidence to support that. But I think it's time to summon the train again. Let's bring it over to Science Drop and unload all of those lovely production science packs.
Did we have a concrete drop station here, or am I just going mad and imagining it?
No, we had a concrete drop delivery cannon chest.
Blimey, I just spotted.
Yeah, we're still making concrete on the belt, on the main bus.
Okay.
We didn't connect the drop off there.
I've also spotted there's now 6 warehouses of shame.
There's Marc's new town for it.
Ooh.
Yep. So you can request.
There's no
one.
train for it.
But in theory.
And I'm looking for where the ping is. Thank you.
When you say 6 warehouses of shame, are you referring to the ones at the bottom of the space bus?
No.
Okay.
One normal. You remember we started off with 1 wooden chest of shame? But it just sort of went downhill from there.
Wow.
Now we even have a train for concrete. You just need a drop-off station.
Yeah.
I mean, there's wood in there and landfill and rail and there's lots of things like that I feel could potentially be somewhere else. What else have we got? What else have we got in these in our shame? There's lots and lots of pipes. There's lots of rocket sections and barrels and lithium chloride and several thousand fish. Lots of Mark
I'm pretty
II
sure the fish
productivity
are
modules.
Mike's fault.
Oh, well, almost certainly. There's a lot of
fish
delivery
might
cannon
work, but-
capsules and some tech cards. There's a rocket launcher. Yeah, there is a lot of nonsense in these. There's a lot of
Oh,
ammunition,
great.
actually. There's a huge amount of ammunition.
It's all very Laurence, definitely.
That is not... ammunition is not a Laurence thing. I try and avoid combat wherever I can.
That's true, actually, in fairness, that is very true. If I nick... I saw one. Where is it gone?
No, you, Mike. Nick somebody else.
Point. Good point. He wins.
There's a lot of pollution filters in here as well. To be fair, a lot of these warehouses are mostly empty, or very, very, almost entirely empty in some cases. So I feel like this is just a sort of an expansion of the amount of space available rather than space used. But yeah, it does look like it does look slightly shameful.
Where's it gone? This station goes in the-
Peter's phrased it as lots of pipes and lots of pikes. I mean, yes, I can't argue with that too much.
If I use the station for concrete, is that going to upset anyone?
Sorry?
It's named Dash, therefore no one has claimed it. However,
Fine.
you're not allowed to use it unless you rearrange the warehouses to only have one warehouse.
Yeah, you're probably right. All
So
these
that quite
greenhouses
satisfying.
in here, these will all have come from the free power that's being pulled, system that's being pulled up. You're quite right. That does all need to go somewhere, I guess. So yeah, in theory, it should all go into into green in theory, all of these sort of chests should be green chests and should be pulling in the excess, any spares of whatever it is they produce. In practice, none of them are. And also, this is already full of gas power stations because nobody set. Oh no, wait. Yeah, somebody did set a limit on it, but they set a limit of 500 when that's more than will fit in the chest anyway. So, yes. I can't speak for station blueprints.
As I say, have we got a updated one? Doesn't look like it according to
No.
the book.
So probably grab one, something like that. Or make it yourself using a single warehouse.
Bear with. I'm just tearing this down before I go and look.
What, Mike?
What?
You put in some underground blue belts at what I assumed what looked like they were probably maximum distance apart, but were actually 1 square off.
Did I?
It doesn't seriously matter. It just made me go, "What?" when I placed another one in next to them, using
Why
them
did
as
I
a
do that?
guide.
Hang on. Let me copy Tristan's station.
As Lawrence's.
Even better.
Do you want to do one? Do you want to do one, Tristan? Okay, let's call that.
Bots. The nice thing is, even though I put this belt in prematurely and haven't put in a filter on it up here yet, because I'm waiting for the belts to be placed, there aren't any aero scaffolds yet, so it doesn't matter. They can't be accidentally delivered because we haven't made enough of them. Bit long. Oh, and there's a gap in there anyway, which I don't know whether that was me or not actually at this point. It's the sort of thing somebody else might do to be helpful. Okay, so this... I feel like this is heading in the right sort of general direction. I'm quite close to I feel like we've nearly got to the point where I can actually send a train down here to go and get stuff. So I think I'm going to actually... Let's see, do we have... Yes, we've got the signal coming in here. It's been passed down to here. I can't look at these, so I'm not in satellite mode. Here we go. So we're getting out of this. We are getting I don't know what signals. It'd be helpful if this was actually hooked up to... Oh, can I hook it up to... I don't know if I can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook this up to there, because that's definitely safe. Then I can look at this one and see I do have signals of -1 of all of these things. Now, -1 is not a very exciting signal to have there. What signal have we got here? Why is this on default? That's scary. More to the point, why are there signals on default? There's a transmitter somewhere that's transmitting on default. That scares me. So what I actually want to receive is from Astro Science. I don't know what that's going to be called. It's been so not Science Park Astro, no, from Norbit Astro. There we go, that one. So now if we look on here, we see we see fairly significant positive numbers of those things, because those are all things that we are expecting to have, and in fact do have in suitable quantities. But we can now start trying to get them by train instead of by delivery cannon. At least 2 out of the 4, and that's a good start, right? Yeah, 2 out of 4 ain't bad, as Meatloaf sang. So those will get built now, eventually, probably, yes. And then we'll get a flood of those up here. All that goes in here, good. And then over here, I want to link that to there as well, and say this one is supposed to only run when the aeroframe scaffolds, those things, is less than 0. Great, so that should load this up. It will then load the train up. When the train is full, it will go. But the numbers being sent from the other end mean that that will never happen. So let's now go back to Norbit, and then down here in the Astro area. No, wait, I don't want to just turn off. I don't want to mess with the signal here specifically, because that'll mean we won't be sending useful signal down to Norvis. What I need to do is I need to find the delivery cannons that are delivering the coal and the glass to this particular chest and turn them off. So that's going to be back on Norvis. Somewhere over here, it's one of the ocean of bots. Oh, they've nearly finished that.
You could increase the amount how negative they need to go before they send stuff, so it still technically tops up if you're running seriously low because something breaks.
Yeah, I could do. I think I'd almost rather turn them off, at least for the time being. I'll turn them off but not demolish them. I have less than 10 frames per second. Oh, it's gone back up again now.
Yeah, just place a blueprint.
Oh, I see. Oh, good grief.
That is the classic way of causing chaos.
I did
right,
not. It's not one.
It's
not this one. Must be this one then. No. Where are? Oh no, hang on. This is coal and glass. So coal comes from here. I can't remember. There's a capsule drop off here. What's going on over here? What seems to be happening over? No, this is just ice. That was the wrong button to press, Laurence. Get it right. Where is coal being delivery cannoned from? Is it here? Oh, is it here? Yes, here we go. Right, so these two. One of these guys is firing at the Astro. Let's see. This is probably the easiest way to do it. This is from Norbit Astro signal. So if we go up to here, if we turn this guy off, like that, then that'll stop firing the coal up there, so that will eventually dry up. And now I need to find the glass in the same way, which is probably going to be over in here. No, not in here. In here? Yes. One of these will be Astro from Astro. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Oh. Interesting. So it's not these four. Marc is pinging me
Then
locations.
from the maybe here. No, there is no glass. Then
This
probably
must be
here.
Are you
other
being
one.
sent it from a remote planet?
No, there's no glass there as well.
No.
Then I don't know.
Oh dear.
Because Agnea and
Oh, true.
various other places are sending.
Yeah, that's a good point. Agnea, you are Norbit Lithium for streams. Lube for stream area. Lube for stream area? What? Okay, that's sort of.
It's
I
what
guess.
the signal's named.
Yeah,
then
yeah.
expanded.
I got there eventually and realised it made sense. Njord. Norbit Astro, this one. You're quite right. It's this one here. So we'll turn that one off as well. And that glass will now have to go somewhere else. Does that glass go somewhere else? Yes, it does. It gets passed around here into this one, which is this one is going to Norvis, so therefore is bottomless. Right. Okay. So that's turning that one off is fine. So that now means, have I upgraded? Yes, I've upgraded all of these. So that now means we're not going to get any glass or coal coming in by delivery cannon to where it's needed for the astroscience. So that is therefore going to grind to a halt and fail. But that's okay because we are now going to press the wrong buttons again. We're now going to set up a new train that will come here and drop off glass and coal into the stations here, according to the limits set on these things. So we need to make a train, and that's done
Mike?
over here. Tristan's conveniently already
Why
made one.
did you rebuild that?
Rebuild what?
The thing I just pinged.
Hang on. I did. Oh, because I stamped a template down. My bad.
Yes, you are. So we want to go to.
Yeah, that's pure just stamping down templates.
Well,
Right.
don't.
Astroscience bus
I was
drop
just testing to see if you're paying attention.
until empty, and then we want to
This is
go
why I
to.
just drag over a deconstruction over the thing you've made.
Oof, harshness.
Norvis
I will
down.
remove that from my blueprint.
Thank you.
In fairness, I don't actually need to use the blueprint anymore, but I'll still remove it just to be on the safe side.
That should have applied before, though.
And I should
It
make
should.
another
I
train because
honestly-
otherwise I'll be unpopular.
I honestly didn't think
Okay.
I was going to need to slam the blueprint down again, so it's a one-shot copy-paste jobby.
Hmm.
Except it isn't, because of the way that building works.
Right, I'm about to put the first train through the elevator, if anyone wants to watch.
Okay.
It's not going to go anywhere when it gets to the bottom, because I don't know what it's going to do when it gets to the
from
bottom. From the
top
top,
to
top
bottom,
to
or-
bottom. Top. Here it comes.
No path.
It got stuck. That's probably.
Oh, you
because
haven't
it's-
told it to go anywhere.
I haven't told it to go anywhere at the
no,
bottom. I just
there
told
is
it.
the signal. One piece of rail missing there.
I don't know what to do about that because it can't. I can't set it to go to the place. Oh, yes, I can. I've got now. I have a full list of all the stations. So hopefully, there's one called Astro, something useful.
Yeah, I think that's a ghost now, Mark.
Astro
Just
pickup, maybe.
manually send it there. No. So it will peek out.
It is peeking out now.
It's peeking out at the other end, is it?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, nice.
Why would that just look so stupid?
There's also a train jam.
Is that my fault?
Ooh, what's happened there? Oh, wow, what has happened there?
There we go. Right, that was slightly convoluted.
Right, you're not going. It's because of this bit of track here.
Yeah, there's a route in, an alternative route in.
Yep.
That
So no,
And presumably
no. In
the
answer
train
to
limit got too high.
whoever it was, in answer to Tack's question, no, I've not noticed any difference between streaming at 1080 and streaming at 1440. So I believe I am currently streaming at 1440. If anyone wants to confirm that, that'd be appreciated. But it looks like this, according to the settings in OBS, I am, and it doesn't seem to. It's not made any noticeable difference to the frame rate. Right, so these inputs are in here now. We are waiting. So we're now waiting for those numbers to go negative. Oh yes, yeah, good point. So right, yeah, so I can choose where to choose stations from. That makes a lot of sense. I need to add in a downstream in the.
You changed what it's showing, your stream.
Oh, sorry, I must have clicked on a thing. Thank you for pointing that out. I need to. So right, I need. Yes, there's a drop down here that allows me to choose, as someone was just telling me. Yeah, I can choose for all the locations, or I can choose from a specific area. So I also want to add in a downstream, and I want to put that in before the Astro pickup, and presumably wait there until empty. And I also need to add in the downstream pickup. Once we add those, I'll need to put that in somewhere else. And then also here, I'm going to need to add in the Norvis up like that. So now we should go Astro pickup.
Downstreams already exist.
Yeah,
downstream pickup. Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Downstream pickup, yes. Okay. I need to work with these. I need to massage these instructions a little bit, because the full cargo inventory is probably not going to happen. So what we actually have is down here. We're looking at these things. When anything happens on either of those, we're sending it straight to the station, which is completely wrong. That's not what I want to do. What I actually want to do is probably let's monitor them separately from each other, so we can trigger when both of them are full. So I want to put in a decider combinator there and there, and then I want to disconnect that green cable there and there. Then I'll hook these belts up to those, and then hook them together and up to here with sending a specific output up, and then we can do center train, which we're already doing. Nice. So now we tell this one to depart from Astro pickup when signal circuit condition. What should we use for a signal here? Let's I don't know. Let's use F for full. When F equals 2. Oh, it's gone because I didn't turn it off before. Oh well, never mind. The train we'll watch the train do a sort of a run round the loop and make sure everything's working. So here it comes. It's popped out of the elevator. It's heading all the way over here, completely empty, which is a bit silly, but never mind. We'll call it testing. And then eventually it'll stop on the way. We'll reprogram it to stop on the way down to pick up any random stuff required for that, but not just yet. So it comes in here. It goes, oh, I'm already empty, and clears off again, and it'll head all the way around. That's fine. That's what we're expecting. Along here, we need to move this across to like that, so that I can then do this. Like that, and then the same over here, and I guess like that and like that. Now I need to fix the wiring because I've broken that. So put in a red cable back across there. So these are all now linked suitably together, so the signals will all be properly managed. And then these ones, I need to change these numbers because 500 coal isn't all that much. 5,000 coal seems like a better amount, and 5,000 glass. Do that. And now, if we have a look back on Norvis again, we should see. Yes, there we go. No, we don't. We don't go. Why not? What are we getting from here? Currently, we are not receiving. Why are we not receiving a signal? I've disconnected it from the transmitter. That's why. Fail. So yeah, when I moved that warehouse, it disconnected it on both sides, and I wasn't paying enough attention. So now down here, we should see nothing. Still nothing. We have massively negative signals on glass and coal, but those are not getting passed through. Why not? Because I haven't programmed these up. I just told them they were things. I didn't tell them what things they were. So let's program that. You are coal, and you are glass, that one. There we go. So then now those are flowing in merrily and flowing out again at the top here. Amusingly, we seem to be filling up the back wagon with coal and the front wagon with glass, but sure, I'll take that. It doesn't actually matter. Those will flow through until... Oh, actually, I need to read the train contents as well here. And pass that over to here as well. Because otherwise, anything gets put into the train won't be counted towards this number. So we should now see this. Yeah, we can see this dropping slowly as we load it all into the train. You can see the glass and the coal numbers both reducing as the train fills up. It's going to take quite a while to fill this train up, but that's fine. We're going to be fitting a lot of glass and a lot of coal in here. The idea behind this is... Oh, I haven't wired anything up yet. Let's finish off the wiring while we wait. So, you are to read belt contents and hold, and so are you. There we go. And you are to watch for anything. Anything is greater than 0, then output 1 F for full. That one does the same. When both of these wagons fill up, we'll get something. Stuff will appear on these two belt pieces. We'll get an F out of each one. Once we have 2 Fs being given, we'll send those to the train, and the train will depart. That's the theory. Let's find out if it works. So that one is already full because coal is much less dense. So now we should have 1 F coming along here, and we have. We also have a large number of coal. Oh, of course, that's coming out of the station at the top there. That's fine. The glass has now... Have we now got enough glass? Yes, we now have sufficient glass. So the glass belt has stopped. The coal is still being fed in and fed into the train. The other thing I need to do, actually... Let's put this... I can't put the train over to manual. That'll break things. Let's stop sending to train for a minute because I don't want the train to go. Because it occurs to me, if I send the train off now... then this will just fill. Then the train will stop outputting its signal. This will just fill up again. So what we want to do is set this signal. This signal should only be passed through from here when there's a train present. So we could read stopped train, which is a T. So if T is greater than 0, then we pass the red signal through. This is becoming less simple than expected, but it's still simpler than Tristan's design, which I'm going to have to try and work. At some point, I'm going to have to try and work out how this works, and then explain it in the next video. That's going to be interesting.
Now I have the decision as to how many notes to actually give you.
What's also quite interesting is we've got to the point where the train is full, but as you can see, because this isn't going in. The train is basically full. There's a bit of a gap in there. We could fit more glass in, but it's not being supplied, and that's why the train won't go, because the train doesn't think it's full. But we're so close to the amount of stuff that we're expecting that this belt hasn't backed up far enough to trigger the system here. So this won't actually go until we've used up a little bit more coal or a little bit more something up there in space, and then we'll Then it'll be summoned. But for now,
This is a staff announcement. Michael Thorpe is currently dealing with a tactical chunder situation with a tiny child, so we'll be back shortly. He currently has a lot of vomit to rinse off the bedding, and himself, and me, and everything else. So
tell him to get a pressure washer. Thank you for the emergency announcement. That was unexpected. I've lost track of what it is. Oh yeah, so over here we now watch the T signal, and when that is greater than 0, then we output everything on the other side. So there we go. That should now work again. We should see all the signals should be passed through here. Yes, there we go, like that, because there currently is a train. Inactive at the science drop off. No, the science drop... Oh, good point. Yes, science drop off inactive. That's a very good point. Yes, to fill with batteries. Yes. Inactivity of 5 seconds and... Right. Yes, thank you for pointing out that out, Doobie. That's a good point, because otherwise, yes, in practice, that should never be a problem, because it's got a full set of batteries at the moment. more or less. And it's going, but in the time it unloads, it should be able to load plenty of batteries back in. But if there's a crisis, that sort of thing could well save its bacon. So that, yeah, that's very useful. We don't want it to wait there. Downstream, we want it to empty. We need to put in a downstream loader in here at some point, but yeah, whatever. This one can get rid of that one because we only want it to go when f equals 2. Exactly, Doopy. That's the point. It's a good idea. Apparently, the Miquette has caused an expectation of thunderstorms because of the announcement voice.
It did feel very official.
It did sound very, very official. I shall have to congratulate her. Maybe we should get her to do more announcements for just anything we can think of, like I don't know, subscriptions or donations or just random other stuff that might happen on the channel. So this is basically complete and will almost go, except that the exact amount of stuff requested isn't quite enough to trip it over the limit. So if I take out a stack of coal from here, for example, that will hopefully trigger another little bit has gone through. So now we have that's full as well. So if I hadn't put the train on, the train's on automatic and it's not going anywhere. Why has that not worked? We've got 2 Fs to give there. And we're not sending to train. Send to train. There we go. So now the train has departed with a mixed load of coal and glass. We'll hopefully zip straight up the elevator like that. Nice. And pop out at the top end. Here it comes. It then trundles merrily over here. Zoomp. Zoomp. And then we'll unload into here. Some of it will go out into these ones, which is mildly unfortunate, but never mind. And then those need to be the other way around. Pour it all straight across into here. And boom, 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 boom. I've got far more warehouses along here than I actually need. I should probably get rid of some of those for UPS-based reasons. We've got glass coming in for some reason as well, which is... So there's clearly glass being shipped in from somewhere else. So I checked Agnea and turned that one... Let's just check I did actually turn that off, because I feel very silly if I didn't. It was you, wasn't it? Yes, that is turned off. So it wasn't this one. Where else? So not Norvis as far as we're aware. Yeah, the trick with, if you want to control trains like that, No Guard, you need to use the train limit rather than turning them off. Because as you say, if you turn a station off, a train will just skip it. Whereas if you set a train limit to 0, then it will go there, and then it will just wait and it will wait until it can go there. Norvis. There we go. This one, or this one is also doing it. So I'll turn you off as well. Chunk. I suppose I should probably go through the rest of the planets because I'll feel very silly if it happens again. There's only one here, so that's probably, yes, that's firing at Norvis. Because that's an early planet. Big Rid, are you shipping out any glass? I mean, the chances of Big Rid shipping out glass to my area of what's the name is pretty small, but you know, I feel like I should check it anyway. If I can work out how and where. Looks like here is the... No, I don't think excess stone is really a Vitamelange thing particularly. Yeah, he's digging stone up, so all the stone is probably going to be going into that. Okay, that's fine. Talos, I think did I check Talos? I honestly can't remember. I'm going to check it again just in case. So up here somewhere. Yes, here we go. Glass, 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 glass. Nope. That's making glass. No, we aren't. We're only shipping glass to Norvis from here. That's fine. Kotha. So do you think when we switch over to spaceships, we're going to just shove everything in one spaceship and just go, yep, you can have all of the glass, all of the vulcanite, all of the whatever else is being made on this planet, and just send it all off in one steady stream? Mike is mining stones. I'm going to assume.
I think we'll probably have like a main product and a byproduct ship So we'll have one pure ship with all the things we really want from the planet, and one ship that just takes anything.
Sounds fair.
Makes sense.
Right, it looks
Then
like...
you have a ship that's the high priority and a ship that's the essentially low priority.
Yep. Yeah, and one that goes basically maybe to a dedicated processing facility or something like that, and the other one to a sorting hub.
I wasn't thinking it's seeing as high and low priority as just the main resource and a backup resource. Let's
Well,
check.
if it's say glass or a stone product, then you want that coming from as overflow for places like Agnea, but the only top up and low priority from say a stone planet if we have one.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yes, that does make sense. Oh, I see what you mean, No God. If you do actually want to skip stations, then you'll just have to think it through a bit more carefully, because it sounds like it didn't quite work. Right, so we now have. Okay, we have load. Let's do that. Unlimit this one. So we now have a suitably large quantity of coal and glass. And the train's come back with a load more coal. Oh, I know why that happened. Right. Yes, okay. So at the other end, we need to wait for that, and we need to wait for 30 seconds to pass, because otherwise we get what happened here. I strongly suspect what happened is it unloaded, it came back down here, it immediately got a... Oh... What? How much... Okay. It immediately got a double F signal from here because it stopped and picked up the stuff out of the... the train arrived, it got double Fs from here, and so immediately went again. So we need the delay in there. We also need input priority from the left and from the right on these, so they will empty straight into the train as soon as it arrives. Now at the moment, we aren't passing anything through here because there isn't a train. But in a moment, here it is, the train will arrive. Like so. It will then pull in what's on the outer belts. Yes, like that. And then because there is a train here, now this is all lit up, but all of those numbers are positive, so it's okay. Now my worry here is that when the train arrives, it'll pull off this side first, but it will also load up from here. Okay, so this isn't quite going to work. I'm going to need to shuffle stuff around a little bit, because at the moment, yeah. So let me talk that through again, and try and make sense of it. So when the train arrives, if there's stuff on, if there's been more stuff in here than would fit in the train, then this belt will be full, and this belt will be full, because that's how the system works. We then need to make sure that this one. We then have 30 seconds to empty this side of it. The problem is, if we start emptying this side, which we are doing now because of the priority there, we will also still be pulling stuff out of the warehouse and onto this side as well. So this will never empty. So those 30 seconds will pass and the train will just go after 30 seconds. So what I think I need to do here is move that to there. And, oh dear, I've not left enough room up here either. Because I need to get rid of that I need to move. Let's move it up 2, so I've got a little bit more space to play with. Like that.
I believe I'm now ready to turn the new cryonite system on.
Ooh.
If people want to see it filling the machines.
Yes, that sounds like fun.
You're on Snowdrop, right?
Let's go and have a look.
I've just pinged it.
Oh, so you have. Okay, so I see. You've got it. Yes, you've got it nearly full.
Efficiency models. Okay.
Nearly full of. Well, you got a half belt of cryonite core fragments. Okay.
Yeah, I think they should be able to take a full belt, but the core miner only outputs onto half.
Drum roll. So that caused the volume to spike a lot higher than I meant. Sorry, guys. Right, so flowing. The problem with watching one of these sort of things kicking off like this is it's a fairly slow process to get everything up and running. But there we go. There's the first batch of cryonite coming out of here, making its way slowly along this blue belt. I say slowly, it's a blue belt, so I mean that's as quick as belts are in vanilla, but it still feels slow. Tum-tum-tum-tum. Then we repulverize it. Oh, there's another load coming in there as well. And we get crushed cryo at the bottom, and some sand as well, of course. Bring that over here.
Of course, before long, this is all going to just grind to a halt, because the outputs don't go anywhere yet.
Oh.
Minor detail.
And then we have posh advanced furnaces over here. Wow.
And chemical plants.
Oh, yes, so we do. I haven't got to those yet. Still feeding the furnaces. Oh, no, hang on, what?
Feeding both.
What are we making here? Oh, cryonite crystals. Interesting. What are cryonite crystals for?
Cryonite rods.
Ah, that's on.
Oh, I
efficiency.
see.
Cryonite
It
rods
uses
uses
both of them and heavy oil in order to produce cryonite rods. That's an
there's
advanced
little-
recipe, I
don't
take
have-
it, that uses.
So now
less-
you could ship the heavy oil from Norbit here to, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the top ones are running. I missed a couple of pipes on the right-hand side for the lower ones for
Okay.
the steam.
So the this recipe is it better because it allows because the crystal
This is just
stage
the
allows you to use
normal
more.
recipe.
Oh, it's the normal recipe. Oh, okay. I didn't
Yeah.
realise that. It's been so long since I've looked at your cryonite assembly. And we have rods coming out, and I think that is already faster than the system that was out on the other planet, Drakit.
Almost certainly. How much has that spiked it by? And this is barely running.
Cryonite rods.
It's about
that one.
doubled it. No, not quite.
It's gone from 270 to 370. So it's
An extra 50%. but
that's
it's-
slightly generous, but yeah, not far off.
This is barely running at the moment.
Yeah. So yeah, so
It's
once
less than half a belt coming in.
yeah, once you get hook up some more core mines, that should be fantastic. Nice. Good work. I look forward to some of that arriving. The slightly
I'll set up cannons first.
the slightly frustrating thing is that we're going to have to set up an extra set of cannons for going to basically all of the same places. Oh, you could copy and paste the cannons from Drakit. Then you'll get all of the right settings.
Yeah, and that should...
And then once we get spaceships, we can demolish it all again.
I'm trying to think of any reason why that... Oh, it's not a nice layout. That's the
Yeah, but
downside of that.
it is going to be it's only going to be there until we have spaceships, probably. Hopefully.
There is your favourite comment in there.
Yeah, nothing more permanent than a temporary solution.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm going to copy the
Oh,
transmitters, the receivers. The rest of it is sufficiently horrible. I don't really want to copy it.
right.
So this will at least show me which
Oh, this isn't going to fit.
signals I need to look at. I want to use my Nord layout.
Oh, bugger. I'm just doing everything wrong. Let's put those all the way over there out of the way. And let's put this... No, where is it? This? There we go. Put this over here where I've got a little bit more room to play. That'll do. And remove all of those. Right, so what we're gonna do to fix this is we're gonna put in multiple loaders on each of these like that. And then we can have this sort of setup like that, and now that'll guarantee we empty this side immediately. That's nice and easy. There we go. I'm not sure there's ever a final solution. I'm never quite sure exactly how pulse measures work on belts that are flowing freely, because you're going to get it's not going to be
gaps.
it's not going to be 45. You're not going to get a pulse of 45. You're going to get 45 per second. So 3/4 of the time there will be a pulse of 1 probably. Except stuff tends to go
2.
through in 2s. So I reckon that about a bit less than that of the time, instead of 3/4, 3/8 of the time, there'll be a pulse of 2 probably when it's running
Yeah,
flat
you get
out.
20, 20, 20, 20.
That's what I was
which is
thinking.
really annoying. Which is why mine is as complicated as it is.
Right, now I just need to plug everything back in again and fix all of the bits I broke. So, actually I need these belts to appear first, but eventually I can do that. So you and you go to that thing that doesn't exist yet. And that'll go to... right, and then red cable, that to there and to there. So that the red part is still pretty straightforward. Except I also need to feed it from there. So, this signal will be the contents of the train, the contents of what's coming down from above, and those will be passed through if there is a train here. And down to here, they will then add on the contents of the warehouse, and if that's less than 0 for any of these things, then they'll be passed through. Right, so that seems to be that. I'm pretty convinced is all good. These are wrong. Let's flip them round while I think of it. We have, or I say we, Marc has built a functional thing for using pulse signals to reload our nuclear power plants, and it works, but in that traditional German engineering way, it works really, really well until something goes wrong, and then it breaks spectacularly. It's basically the BMW of nuclear power plants. I'm glad you were amused by that comparison.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, to be fair, it's better than the British version, which is where it works perfectly until you try and put any electronics or oil in there. There we go. So now, it's a shame that one's in the middle, actually. It'd be nicer if that was just somewhere else completely, but never mind. So now what we can do is we can continue to watch these, and no, you set these up again. So it's oh wait, read belt contents, hold. Oh, it is set up correctly. Oh, because I copied and pasted. Right, there we go. Right, I understand. Then over to here, where if anything is in there, we output an F. I think that's now probably going to work. I say this with weasel words like probably because this is Factorio after all. But I'm cautiously optimistic. And I've used 4 fewer combinators than Tristan. And I understand how mine works, but then I built it, so you'd hope I did.
You've used 4 splitters. They're very
true.
expensive.
I have used 4 splitters. That's true. And they actually
splitters as well.
Yeah, given their green splitters, they probably are significantly more expensive than the combinators, but they are easier to understand.
And if you're going for any sort of argument as to why it's better, you are using no power.
I'm not technically. I am using some power because I've got 3 combinators.
Oh yeah, you're using less power.
Because fewer combinators.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the power that 1 kilowatt each of these decided combinators draws is going to be a big problem for us. Oh, constant combinator doesn't use power apparently. TIL.
Nope.
Right.
There we go. I've removed the warehouse from mine.
I was going to say I could probably remove the warehouse from mine as well. In fact, I think I will because I don't think it really does anything particularly important here. So,
No,
yeah, let's do
I was
that.
thinking about removing them from all of them because.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
The only thing they maybe do is act as a balancer, but.
There we go. I've now not got my belt reedy things in the. Oh, I've not got them connected at all. I'll redo those. I'll copy these up to here, and then re-implement and put them in up here so that to reduce the overflow ever so slightly. Not that I'm convinced there's any real need to do that, but I might as well. Feel like I might as well. It's sort of the opposite of what the other two have done, but it'll be fine. Or I could just not bother because that's going to work as it is. Okay, so right.
In hindsight, I could have put my splitter set much higher up.
Yeah, you could. Mike probably couldn't have done because he's got a few more ingredients coming, or at least he looks like he's planned for several more ingredients to go in than we have. Now, for my next trick, I guess I'm going to be setting up a fluid transfer system down here. Now, Do you have strong opinions on this, Tristan? This may be a silly question. Because I'm going to be wanting to transfer light oil. Oh, I could actually... I could pull the light oil over from up in space, but I don't know if the heavy oils... I don't know if we're producing enough heavy oil from the recycling. I don't really want to rely on that.
I doubt we'll be producing enough. We are producing more than we want, but that's...
But only because we're only using it for thermofluid.
Yeah. And we've burnt through that excess now.
Oh, okay. Right, definitely not then. So there's not going to be any oil around here. So I've got two choices. I either run a pipe down from Big Oil up here, which isn't that far away, but given the way I snark about Marc's usage of really, really long belts, I would feel slightly hypocritical doing that. Also, where is light oil in here? Must be in here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Here's light oil. So I could run it down from here, or if there's a station here for light oil, there isn't a station for light oil pickup. There's only heavy oil and petroleum gas pickup.
I do quite like the idea of having a train-to-train direct pump. Oh no, we decided we probably can't do that, didn't we?
And we can do it, but it's going to lead to track. Oh, because they're different capacities.
Be able to.
Or...
No, because of the pump only being able to connect to one at a time.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yes, yeah.
We haven't tried it.
It'd have to be pump to pump, train to pump to pump to train. I have a feeling it's not going to work, but it's stupid enough that I kind of want to try it.
Yeah, it's worth setting up an on-ground test thing first.
Yeah. I wonder if I can... Can I do that in the Blueprint Manager, do you think? Blueprint Sandbox?
Probably, yeah.
Let's try that. Okay, so we'll have... let's put down some rail, like this. I don't actually need that much of it. Let's put down another rail here. And let's put in some stations just because then because you need stations, otherwise the trains will whinge basically, and it's really hard to get them lined up. Stations there and there, and locomotive like that, and fluid wagons there and there. Then we put in a pump here, and as a pump here like that, to load from an infinite fuels liquid fluid source like that one. You are going to be full of water, why not? And you need power as well, of course you do. Infinite power.
They have returned.
How was the puke?
Well, it's smelly, disgusting, but you know, it's all been dealt with.
We had a very official sounding announcement of.
Yes, my wife is nothing if not officious.
Oh, thanks to the resub, Johan. 7 months. Wow. Thank you very much. Although you, oh yeah, you've got the prime problem that Tristan was having earlier, where if you're where you don't realise that you've lost your subscription till it's too late. Yeah, turns out you can't do direct train to train pumpage. It's not going to work. Alas.
Oh well.
But of course, if I do this from there to there, and then put in another pump like that, and another train like that, then it's probably absolutely fine. Yes, there we go. Okay, so I need to leave a slightly bigger gap than we're hoping, which is a shame, but never mind. Now the other question is, how do we feel about whatever station I make just hogging an oil train basically all the time?
Somebody messed with the battery production and didn't finish it. Lithium sulfur batteries.
That does appear to be quite broken.
Apparently.
And there's 4 copper trains lined up there.
Oh yes.
Yep.
Right.
That is the problem with upgrading the stations. Is if you go in and half-arse it like this, and leave it in a broken state, then it can cause problems. Ideally, you want to just dump from the 4 existing warehouses into the single new warehouse, but I accept that that's not always a possibility. In this case, it would be actually. Yeah, all of these are only using up sort of 40 or 50, less than 100 resources. So I'm going to do this station here, all 4 of these stations, and upgrade them to be single thing stations, assuming nobody has any objections.
I don't know where you are, but sure.
I pinged right next to where you just were, and I saw the 4 of them. And thought,
okay.
Here are 16 easy warehouses to remove. So I'm gonna.
Yep, makes sense.
So to do that, I shall disconnect that from there. Shall disconnect that from there, that from there, and that from there, and hopefully they'll all just start running. They have not all started running because this is limited. Let's unlimit that one. Oh, I need to do the red ones as well. There we go. Right, so now we can just pour out of all of those. Oh, I need to turn off this combination. This is not a turn-offable station. There we go. That'll do. I'll turn it off like that. In fact, let's do all of them. I'm turning off the train limits as a way to deactivate the stations temporarily while I shenanigan around with them. Then we'll get then we'll do the second one. So along here, I can just disconnect that from there, 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 and there. Unlimit this warehouse, and that all those all. Yep, they're all flowing. Exactly the same thing up here. So again, we disconnect that, and unlimit that. And again up here, one more time, once more with feeling. Stop pressing Q. That's the wrong button. There we go. Now we can pour all of that out of there. Right, so that's going to empty all of those warehouses into the main warehouse in the top. So also stop them summoning trains while they do so. They're all red belts, which means this is going to take a bit longer than it would with faster ones. But we're so far away from home here that it's going to be quicker just to let that run rather than try and upgrade the belts, I suspect. I can start doing a bit of demolition stuff around here, so I can get rid of the all the inserters along here, like that. That. I don't know if this is actually particularly useful, but it makes me feel like I'm doing something along here anyway. Lots of this cabling is not necessary. We don't need these balancers anymore. I'm going to turn the light on in here because I'm glowing more and more red as the stream goes by.
Clearly caught a lot of sun.
I have, but I don't glow quite like that from sunburn. That's true, Johan. You're doing very well with the Ko-Fi streak. That's awesome. I very much appreciate that one even more. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you whether I get more money from a Twitch sub or a Ko-Fi sub. I'm pretty sure it's the Ko-Fi one. I certainly get a larger percentage of what it costs you. So, yes, definitely worthwhile.
I made a new core processing facility.
Another one! Wow.
A new one. I'm gonna enable it if you want to have a look.
Oh, core processing facility. I was thinking core processing. I was thinking core turning into delivery cannon capsules. But no, this makes a lot more sense. And this
is that a new place then?
Yes, that's a new place.
Oh, you pinged it.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like a really good thing to have because I've been saying for ages that we need to bump up the prod mods in these to a decent level and then speed module them out the proverbial wazoo. I'm actually slightly surprised you're only managing to get 2 rows under each beacon, but there's a lot of pipe work going on, so I can see why you would do that. And
4 fluids per.
Yeah, it's either that or you could possibly get no, you couldn't really get another one in. No. Yeah, that's yeah. Lovely.
That's a nice flow of ores out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's been something I've been thinking we should be doing for a while. So it's nice. Yeah, it's nice to have it done. Thank you.
I listen to you.
Wow, and that's a huge stacker for the core trains as well.
Yep.
That's
Yeah, also for all the output trains,
oh, and output trains. Yes, fair.
as a priority stacker thing with these
Yeah,
stations.
that's fair. Now I'm not sure where were the stations I was fixing up. Oh dear.
So I do notice that in your stacker, trains can queue up one behind the other.
Oh, that's true. And if they're different flavors, that could cause problems.
Yes, that is wrong, man. I think.
Delete all of that
Now with the throughput of trains, that shouldn't
and
matter.
that and
Yeah, but it's
that.
bad design. I think
And
just copy pasted it
that.
from somewhere before I stretched
Yeah.
the stacker size.
And the signal got in twice or
Yep.
something.
Right. So we've now unloaded all of the stuff that was in these bottom warehouses into the main warehouse for each thing. So I can now come through, rip all of that out, hugely destructively like that, and then put in some proper unloaders over here. So we'll stick in. Let's go green. So let's see, on Norvis it's 1, 2.
Shall I drop
1,
the train limit in the other one to
2.
0, Mark?
Yeah.
Since yours is now running.
I just wanted to have all the stuff in so I don't mess up programming the pickup stations.
Okay. So yeah, there'll be another few trains will drop off.
Yeah.
But then they'll all switch over.
And then I need
But
to run
I'll
the red cable over.
program everything
Yeah.
and then resume the inputs.
Also put in power along here, because that apparently is not a thing anymore. There we don't go. Where are we getting power from? Okay, that'll do. So that should work. I just need to run a red cable along to here, so we know what's in the station and can unload at the right time. But let's. Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to decide whether I should rebuild or demolish first. I also note with mild interest that only one of these stations was refueling the train. The others were just letting them go. Presumably they're all getting refueled elsewhere, but because it hasn't caused any problems yet that I'm aware of. But
it's generically good form to make sure that every station refuels every train, but it only matters
Really,
as long
Mike?
as it is, yeah. It only matters as long as they're definitely refueled at least once in their route.
yeah. So now down here, I can now slap in the red cable that goes like this, bump, bump, and we now have 14,000 on the input signal there, and nothing on the output. So that is now correct and working. We need these green belts to arrive to actually finish the station off, but basically that's now complete. So I can take that. For some reason, there seems to be a roboport in every single one of these substations, but never mind. So there we go. That should work. Said in tones of mild surprise and consternation. Yeah, easy as that. And that's the big advantage to as long as there's room in the middle warehouse to load it up like that. Well, basically, as long as the 4 warehouses aren't holding more than a warehouse's worth between them, so no more than 125 stacks each, absolute maximum, then you can just dump it all into a single warehouse, and it makes the whole thing much easier. Otherwise, you have to wait for the you have to cut off the input supply and then wait for the output to use up enough of it, and it's just a bit of a pain. So now I can turn these stations back on again. By hitting the set train limit like this, and this, and this, and this. And that's all ready to go. Excellent. What am I blaming Mike for? I'm not sure. Oh, my glowing, I suspect. That's Mike with a C.
I sense I've upset Tristan with that single Norbit bit of rail.
You can sense a lot of things.
Can he?
No.
Mike has never been known for being particularly sensitive.
True.
Right. after all of that shenaniganery, most of it. Oh yeah, the main reason I was messing around with other things is because I was waiting for the cryonite supply to start up.
Where are you wanting cryonite?
2 places.
What's your
specifically.
signal?
One is to cryonite for Norbit slush.
Is that the one that was just called default?
No, it's called cryonite for Norbit slush. I just checked it.
there was one of the signal receivers was just called default.
Oh, possibly then.
Oh, it was presumably the one that wasn't placed.
Oh, right, that makes more sense. And the other one, which has been receiving some, but I would like it to receive more, is called From Aeroscaffold.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Nope, that doesn't exist. That was the blank one that you manually sent a little bit.
okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so those are the 2 that I've been sort of kind of waiting for. It's not the end of the world, obviously, but why is there a material science alert going off? Low on material insights. Why are we low on material insights? I thought we had loads of material stuff coming in.
Oh, there's a train for concrete pickup that's only got a concrete pickup. Right, that's all good.
We don't have any material. Is that 1s?
2s. The train needs to travel. The train is waiting for a full load, and the 3s aren't being made because Mike hasn't made any pistol magazines or something, I suspect.
Okay.
You got in there first. Yeah, so that'll work nicely. That'll unload happily. Okay. Yeah. So if I can get cryonite coming to those 2, then eventually I will be able to have some Astro 3 happening. I say eventually in that sort of slightly uncertain tone because I'm fully aware that it's going to take a long time to produce enough aeroframe scaffolds or enough cryonite for enough aeroframe scaffolds for them to be shipped over. But c'est la vie, I guess. It'll start working eventually. This is problematic. This dump belt here. Oh, actually, know what I could do? Well, we're not going to need oil over here, but oil has a pipe, so we can't use that. We can't use the beryllium one. So all of these, 1, 2, 2, yeah, they're all used. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I need to do then is start bringing out aeroframe scaffolds here. I shouldn't have unset that yet, but never mind. I'll get away with it. There we go. And then we do the standard setup we've been doing over at the other end for one of these bus forming systems. So we put in a constant combinator like that. Yeah, it is just a constant combinator. And then we link that up to this and all of these, and then we pass through anything that isn't an aeroframe scaffold, and that will work. Oh, I was doing the light oil as well. I'm easily distracted. Has anyone noticed? How am I going to get this through? Oh dear. I think. Yeah, we've got all of these down here. Then. Yeah, this column is clear. I think I'll use that down to... Yeah, I can use it all the way down, probably. So start that from here. Like that. And the aeroframe scaffolds can come down like this. Yeah, they can go under that, under that, under that. That's all fine. We'll need scaffolding all the way down here, then. That's okay too. Then I can run, then I can run that belt all the way down here, and we'll have the aeroframe scaffolds down here where I need them. Excellent. Over here, we want to program the shopping list to request some aeroframe scaffolds. Let's have 1,000 of those. We want to stop requesting light oil barrels because we're going to use those in a different. We're going to bring that up as actual oil instead. That'd be much better. Here, we want to say minus 1,000,000 aeroframe scaffolds there. Hook that up to all of these. and to here. And take that out of there because that's stupid. Stop it. Oh, I can't because... Yeah, well, there we go. It's disappeared now. That'll do, I suppose. And then all of these should be on blacklist, set filters. No, whitelist, set filters. There we go. So if I take some coal out of here and put it into... If I take some coal out of here and put it into here, then it gets passed across. If I had some aeroframe scaffolds, which I don't, then I could chuck them in here and they wouldn't get passed over to there. So that should mean it's working. Okay, so that's... Yeah, that will... I think that will start those coming in when we're ready. We've got the slushy... The cryonite slush coming in here when we've actually got some of that once it's being shipped over. The aeroframe scaffolds I think now should be good. This is still being built up, that's fine. So now the next thing for me to worry about is oil. So let's go back down to Norvis. And I am going to have to put in an extra train in big oil, which is quite annoying because it's getting awkward down here.
Don't seem to be getting a signal for cryonite on cryonite for Norbit slush.
Oh, okay. I might have just not bothered setting that one up properly because I knew there wasn't going to get any. Oh yeah, you're quite right. You're not. Let's say cryonite rods minus 100, and actually hook it up to the transmitter. There we go. Ah, pfft. Stupid cable thing. No. There we go. It really annoys me. Have you noticed? Actually, I think I do need to get rid of that one. I don't know. I don't. Right. Okay. That should. Yeah. That should now be fully functional. So Norvis. This one.
Yep.
Not here. Big oil. Big oil is here. Right, so I need to pull out light oil from this area in order to get it trained down to where it's needed. Do I use a 1-2 and have it run twice? Or do I do slightly... and allow me for slightly tidier piping? And sort of quicker filling, except the trains will have to run doubles in order to fill it up, or 1 and a bits in order to fill it up. Or do I run a 1-4 down there and put it into tanks? And accept that it's going to be a little bit slower because of the piping. Or a tank, actually, because one of these tanks holds 200,000. Yeah, let's do a full-size station. Like that. We'll take that much of it, I think. And then sort it out afterwards. So down here, that can go in like that. Nothing's lined up properly, but never mind, I can fix that. Yeah, so that goes there. Get rid of that. That comes... Stop it. Comes around there, like so. And round... Come on. What are you doing? What? Honestly, what's going on here? So from here... Do that. Why was that difficult? I don't understand why that was difficult. Oh, I see. No, I do see why it was difficult. Is that... There we go. Hold down shift, it helps. Alright, so we don't need that bit. Alright, that should be alright. Over here, we'll... okay, we'll move all of this. Let's move... No, let's just do that. Bad laziness. There we go. Fuel for one train, fuel for the other train. I need to reprogram all of these once they're placed, but that's fine. I don't think we need this many roboports around. I really don't. I mean, look, that one's got coverage of half the... Oh, no, maybe I do, because that's part of the grid. Whatever. Right, so that's all linked. That's all linked up through there. So now I need to bring down a supply of light oil down to here. And I know I've got light oil up here somewhere because it's going into the barreling machine here. So right from here, it's going to interfere with that. And then down there and to there and in, and there we go. That's my supply of light oil. Croak. Right, and then I need to program everything up appropriately along here. What's going on with all of these? Oh, we're telling the pumps to only pump when there's certain amounts of fluid in them. Okay, that's fair enough. Then, are you a thing? Are you a real thing yet? Yes, you are. So you're not minus 75,000 of that. You're minus 75,000 of light oil, which is a fluid, and is one of the weird-looking ones. That one, minus 75,000 of that. That was minus 75,000 and not 75,000, wasn't it, for these sort of stations? Tristan does enough weird
Mike,
things that I feel I need to go in and check exactly how things work and just copy them very
Would
carefully.
you like to have a look there,
Who are you talking to?
Mike?
Mike?
Yeah.
You've got too much uranium.
Oh, there's... Wait, no, hang on. The fact that it's backed up, is that what you're pointing at?
Yeah. Yes. If you follow it through, you'll see it's because you're not doing anything with the uranium ore that you're generating. You've just been sitting on it, and now it's finally caused a problem.
Oh, fair. Okay. So I think...
Light oil there as well. So that should now be all hunky-dory, except that pump's pointing in the wrong direction. What the hell? No, it's not a pump. That's an arithmetic combinator. Why is there no pump between... Oh, because there's a pylon there and there isn't up here, presumably. Yeah. So that pylon is not allowed. And then we can just put the put the blueprint back in again, and oh dear, it'll overwrite everything. Yes, it's overwritten these again. Never mind. It's probably safer to do this bit again. Reprogram that and reprogram this one like that, than to mess around with all the pumps and things, and than to try and risk getting the cabling wrong over here. Because the point of these pumps is that it keeps the same amount of light oil in all four of the tanks, at least when all of them are there, which is a very valuable thing to have, because it means as soon as you can pick a train up, then it'll work. But at first it can be slightly problematic. Right, so that's now my happy new fluid station here. So that's good. That one should be fine. I need a train that goes out. I need to give it a name. Helps if you name these things. You are to be called Bob. And you're not to be called sulfuric acid pickup, because you're not a sulfuric acid pickup. You're to be called light oil pickup. There we go. And yeah, you're not ready yet for a train anyway, so that's fine. Over here, somewhere, there is a train creation area. Here it is. And it's full of solids trains. That's helpful. Isn't the whole point of this that there's supposed to be one solids train and one fluids train in the station creator?
Someone's created that bottom one and told it to go somewhere, and it can't yet.
Yeah, I don't know who created it. I just hijacked the bottom one because it was there. And it can't go to concrete pickup because concrete pickup is not full.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, actually, that will work, because there's a fueling point there. It'll fuel up one of the locomotives. So this train will go slowly until it gets to where it's trying to get to, and then it will go, and then it can go out a bit quicker. So you get some fuel first, then go to light oil pickup until full and idle. So okay, it's fueling up now. That's probably, yeah, that's enough fuel to get there. So I'll send that off so that I know where it is, and I don't get grumbled at for leaving a train in a silly place. Oh no, it can't go. They can't go there because that station isn't full either. Isn't ready for a train either. Okay, so now down here we have the next phase of the cunning plan, where we put in a spur of normal rail that just charges straight through the middle of here. Lovely. So, you know how we're going to need a load of pickup stations for miscellanea from around here somewhere? For the stuff that's brought down from orbit. Have you put any thought into where that's going to go?
So my initial thought was a lot of it's going to be ores that could go over to the core processing area. That now doesn't make sense.
Right,
because
okay.
Marc has moved it.
The core processing area is still quite a long way from there.
It's a moderate way.
Yeah, sort of a...
It's nowhere on the Marc scale.
Yeah, a lot of it will be ores, that's true. And it's just, we could, we could just put it into a single train to get rid of it and then take it somewhere else for further sorting. But that seems a little bit silly. We might as well. I feel like we might as well do the sorting down here, because my thought was I was going to bring a track straight down from this rail down into this area to unload the light oil across into another train, into a space train. But then it occurred to me that I might be just galumphing straight through an area that you had plans for. But I don't think there's really enough space there for that to be particularly useful. I'm not quite sure where we're going to do this. We could run the belts over to here, do it over here somewhere, or get rid of the forestry and put that somewhere else, and use that bottom area.
I mean, below the forestry would make more sense than removing the forestry, because that's providing the bus. So.
True.
It elsewhere sort of seems silly.
I don't know how much it is providing to the bus, but that's true. There is some of it. It is providing the bus, and a wood pickup station. The wood pickup station could be turned into a wood drop-off station, but yeah, I suppose we could just landfill the entire river down below the forestry area and have a train pickup system in there. I was going to say it's slightly fiddly to get a train into there. It's not too bad actually, because we can come in off the bus unloading area. It's adding extra traffic to that area, which is already a little bit busy, but not too problematic, because especially as once we
could we not just go due south from there. We maybe have to wiggle around the belts that are pointing up at the moment, turn them pointing down, rearrange them a bit so that the rails can get past.
So they go down the middle of the rail, and then do it down here somewhere, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a certain amount of advantage of linking this rail to the one you pinged, just because I feel like having loops in the rail is better than having single routes. Although I don't think anything goes far enough down the south way for it to be necessary.
We get core trains running up and down.
Yeah, but there's not a great deal of stuff going on. Although that is seems to be the direction we're expanding in. Well, it's the direction Marc expanded in for the stone processing and the circuit production. The core chunk processing is clearly somewhere else, because I don't know where it is, and it's not down there.
Just above the old smeltery.
Oh yeah, I see.
Doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah, probably just coming down and joining onto that area makes a lot of sense then. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that, and that means I can just bring a rail straight down from this track up here into the space train area without feeling bad about it. Question is, how do I get it back? How do I get the train back out again? Is there a better way than just carrying on? Or sorry, is there a better way than just looping back up again? Probably not, but I'll build the rest of it before I decide exactly what to do with it. So this is going to be a station. Hang on, I put that the wrong way. Idiot. In fact, let's get rid of all of this. Start again, because I can cram it in a little bit more tightly if now that I've realised that I was doing it wrong anyway. So we get rid of that. We have a rail. I could put it right up against this one, but I won't, just for the sake of sanity. Because we'll probably realise that we need a signal. We need something in there. Oh, now all these pylons. All right. You know what, forget it. I'm just gonna go next to these pylons because I don't want to remove all of them. So we are gonna go down here where it was before, but as it comes up, it's gonna have come from this rail because that makes sense, like that. So train can come along there, come down here, put in a signal They're not going to fit. A 1-2-1-2 isn't going to fit in here without. What is it? Is it going to fit in without blocking stuff up? I can't tell. How big is a train? Well, that's that one. It might just fit. I feel uncomfortable about this. Where's an actual train so I can copy it and have and wave it over there and have a look? Here is my actual train. No, it isn't. It's gone. Here is my actual train. So the train takes up this much space. Nope, trains like that. Alright, we'll have a temporary blueprint. So I'm trying to put this in down here. Oh, actually, that will fit quite nicely. The rails don't. The rails can't fit in the same loopageness, but the train will fit in quite nicely. So if I put that, I also want to have a signal after the. Right, let's extend this. Extend this like that. So I'll need to put in a signal here. So we can't have that there. We can put the signal in there, and then the station, therefore, can't go there. Must go there. And the train will now, yes, it will fit in quite nicely. So put in another signal at the top here, like that. And that should separate off all of these bits of rail and stop any problems happening. I also need to put in, of course, a chain signal here. And come to think of it, that should be a chain signal as well, because it's going to be crossing over another railway line. But that's okay. Yeah, that should work. Then we have an unloadery. Yeah, I think so. I've got a couple of choices here. I can either unload straight across from this train into the other train and do some shenaniganry with the pipework. In which case, basically every time that the light oil train comes down, it'll have to wait for this train to do a loop. But I think that's okay. Yeah, let's try that, because I think I quite like the idea of going from one train straight to another. Now, the funny bit about this is it's going to be between two different lengths of trains. I'm going to have to be a little bit careful about this. So we'll put one pump there and one there. The space trains are 1-2. Are they 1-2-1 or 1-1-1? They're 1-2-1, aren't they?
1-2-1.
Right. Okay. So those go in like that, and then we load the train here and here. No, we don't. We load the train here and here, and then we run pipes like that.
Okay, I have a fun and interesting question for you. It's generically for the whole class.
And I'll leave them up just in case.
Pistol magazines and, more importantly, locomotives. At the moment, locomotives are made. I've lost the wretched things. I literally was looking at them 2 seconds ago.
On Norvis, anyway.
There. Without any kind of major reworking, I can't. Actually, it won't be that major. I could move a few belts around and pipe.
So what I would say to this is that locomotives are made out of iron that's been turned into gears, multi-cylinder engines, electronic circuits, and steel plates. And all 4 of those, iron, steel, engines, and green circuits, are all things that are available through the system in general. So I'd recommend you just you request those things, have them brought up, and then make the locomotives on site, because you're not going to be able to productivity module them because they aren't an intermediate product. That would be my suggestion.
Yep.
Yep.
If you can use productivity, build it on a planet. Otherwise, do what's most convenient.
I'm already bringing steel, so add electronic circuits, multi-cylinder engines. Okay, fine. Iron to iron gear wheels is.
You could productivity that, but I think for the sake of sanity, it's probably not worth it.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay.
I have made an error. I'm going to have to turn this round so that the train can get in. That's annoying. Oh well. Sylvie. So we'll put this actually here? Yes, here. And get rid of that bit. And remove that bit, please. Okay, I can't. I'll put it back again later. And then the space rail will come down here and join onto here as is become traditional. And I'll sort the other end out in a moment once I can see what I'm doing again. We then remove this bit down the middle.
Laurence, where's aeroframe scaffold?
Spin it around. Where is it being made?
Yeah, where do you want
left.
the cryonite? I'm sort of looking in there, but I'm in the... thank you.
Yeah, I hit a station by mistake.
Okay, so it's that delivery chest.
Yeah,
The one I can see, obviously.
The one that doesn't have anything in it in the warehouse right next to it, yes.
The one that is currently receiving cryonite.
Yes, that's the one. Good shot. Thank you. Okay, Kelson, well, thanks for joining the stream, and I'll catch you next time. Come back on Wednesday, when we should be playing XCOM, I think is the plan for Wednesday. That's going to be fun, exciting, interesting, painful, all that sort of stuff. Make sure you've made yourself a soldier if you haven't yet. Right, if the bots could hurry up and just, finish this bit off, so I can see clearly what I've done and what I haven't done yet. That'd be much appreciated. Oh, I have a horrible feeling. This might still not work. Because that needs to come out here. And I suspect that might interfere with where the train goes. Oh, maybe. Let's have a look. Here, this one is my sample train, which is going to go about here. Oh no, that fits. It just fits. Thank goodness for that. Okay, that's all right then. We can carry on, and I don't need to have a cry. That goes along there like that. Right, I'm just going to leave that to get built, I think. Maybe put a few more of these little bits and pieces in that are necessary, like that. Just going to leave this to get built and then come back and have a look at it in a few minutes' time. So, now that Tristan has started delivering cryonite over to here, well, we've had one delivery. We can now make a few more of the airframe scaffolds. So that's a good start. Making at least a few of those. Past up here, going into the warehouse as before. Good. Actually, we've now got quite a lot of them. We've got 5,800 of them, which is almost 120 stacks, which is more than a train. Apparently, because they only stack up to 50. So a train can come when we have. What's the ping? Why is the ping? Oh, hello, Okinawa. Welcome back. Thank you for joining again. I remember you from two weeks ago, and not just because it said it when I scrolled back up the list of what had happened recently. Welcome. You were playing. Were you? See, I'm trying to remember. You told me what you were playing. Was it just straight space exploration or just straight Krastorio? One or the other, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I haven't got enough there yet. So I'm waiting for 160 stacks of this, which is going to be each wagon will be 2,000. So I need 8,000 to arrive. That's what we're asking for here. It's on 6,500 at the moment, so we're getting there gradually. Oh, straight space exploration. Okay, there, yeah. So you might not have quite the same level of headache when you're trying to make your aeroframe scaffold as I do. But we do have little drops of cryonite coming in from time to time, so that is helping a bit. We are now actually, as I say, able to make some aeroframe scaffolds. The system seems to be working well. I just need to make another 1,500 of them, and then the train will come and take them all away, and we'll have to start all over again. Oh dear. Is your space exploration run going well? I know there's lots of it. I can't remember where you said you'd got to. I apologise for that. But yeah, there's obviously lots of it. Excellent. Come on, bots. The problem are the bots just ridiculously busy again. Yes, they are. Oh, they're demolishing the old core fragment pulverization area, because one of the things we've just done is upgrade that to a shiny new one over here that uses beacons. So we've got filled them all up with productivity modules and beacons, and this huge area that took up all of this space over here is now just this tiny little area over here. So it's quite a bit more efficient over there. Oh, War Sciences at 4. Oh, Deep Space Science. Yeah, enjoy that. The Arcospheres is an interesting one. So yeah, have fun with that. Have you learnt anything about them in advance, or are you just going to go in there blind and see what happens? The latter is, of course, always going to be far more fun for certain values of fun. What's going on here? Oh, it's unloading. Okay, fair. Awesome. Yeah. Well, enjoy. Yeah, they are. I think I like Arcospheres because they are sufficiently different from basically everything else in Factorio. I'm not going to spoil how they work. I'm just going to say they are completely different from anything else, and that makes it really, really interesting to have a go at and have a think about and to try and stretch your brain around. So yeah, have fun with them.
So we're going to set the newbie on them for us.
Yes, exactly. I need power over here, so we've got a bit of power down there. Bring it up like that, and then regular power poles all the way up through the middle of here. 1, 2, 3. Why are you not getting placed? What's in the way? Oh, a piece of pipe that hasn't been picked up yet. It's weird. I'm not used to having to wait for bots to tear stuff up. They're normally really, really quick and efficient about that because it's the highest priority thing they do. But yeah, that seems. Oh well. They're all busy, as I said, ripping up the other stuff. So this is going to be my light oil drop off, and this is going to be a. This is not a thing. That is not supposed to be there. This. How are we naming these? Dash. Okay, great. How are we naming these? Material pickup. Fine. Light oil.
And were you thinking, multi-cylinder engine making in orbit, or bringing them in from the bus, or making them somewhere else? So they're only made about halfway down the bus.
Yeah. So they are productivity moduled and beaconed. So that's good. Mm-hmm. Well, it's productivity moduled to tier 2 at least. Probably this is going to be one of those things where the short-term solution for this, and probably science, is going to be to put a splitter on where it comes onto the bus and send it off the other way down the bus and feed it down to your train system. The longer-term solution is going to be to set up a factory somewhere that produces all of the motors and the engines, and then they just come into the bus by train. Probably, but that's a low priority, I reckon. So as long as the system there is producing them fast enough, which I think it probably will be, I'd say just whack a splitter on here. Run it up the bus the other way, and then try and finagle it through all of the wibbles and wobbles and bring it down and stick it into your space train.
Okay, can do.
Okay, Okinawa. Well, thanks for sticking your head in. Have a good night, and I'll catch you next week, I guess, for a sort of and you can let me know how you're getting on with Astro 1.
Arcospheres.
Yeah, I meant Deep Space Science 1, but Arcospheres is what is the important part of that. Or the scary part of that, perhaps I should say. Okay, so I think that's probably correct. I don't have a way for this train to get out yet. I could I could bring it down and drop it onto the rail network over here and just make it go all the way around the world to get back, but that seems slightly silly. The other alternative is to bring it quite a long way over here and drop it back on here. Does this go anywhere? Yes, this drop joins back up. Yeah, this seems sensible. Let's bring this from here out far enough that it won't interfere with any of this sort of shenaniganery that's going on. Oh yeah, signals. That's a very good point. Thank you. I'll put them in a minute. So we want that to come down to about this height, like that. And then all the way over here. I think I've gone too far. No, I actually hadn't gone too far. Hadn't gone far enough. All the way over to here. And then through the middle here. And onto there. And then signals, because yes, that would be a good idea. So chain signal, chain signal. Chain signal, chain signal. There we go. It's kind of ridiculous, but never mind. I'm kind of okay with it. Then over here, we put a chain signal there and there. We put a chain signal there because that's the way in, and there. In fact, we just chain signal all the way through here because if there's we don't want ever to have a train blocking this rail because that'd be really annoying and stupid and just generally unnecessary. There and there. And then we need regular signals there, and I suppose... No, not really here. Oh no, these do already have their signals down here somewhere, so that's okay. Yeah, they'll have to go all the way around the turny round before it gets to this one, and this whole thing is going to have to be a single block, at least until we extend this a bit further and move this bit across. But that seems reasonably okay. I shall also stick in... Oh, I need a regular signal here as well, and here, so the train to get out of that bit. And then I suppose I need them every so often along here, just because... Just because this is how you're supposed to do it. Those are wonderfully uneven, but never mind. Right. Now, I think I can go and tell the train to come and park itself here when there's nothing going on, and just be ready to unload oil. So, light oil train, you are also to go to light oil drop until empty. It's a little bit silly that the trains don't match up in size, but I think I'm kind of okay with that. So then back up in space. Meanwhile, in the future, how are we getting rocket fuel at the moment? All right, let's have a quick look at that. That is on Norvis. We have our oil area here is producing large quantities of light oil, and we're doing the light oil and oxygen. That is oxygen, isn't it? I think it's oxygen. Light oil and oxygen recipe in order to make rocket fuel. But we're not using very much rocket fuel. We're using it a bit for flying around with the jetpacks and stuff like that, sure. We have two rockets over here that are being launched, and basically other than that, we're not using rockets. So therefore, we're not using very much rocket fuel. So it's not been too much of a problem. I can imagine that if you're trying to do all of your transport of absolutely everything all over the place with rockets, then that would be horrendous and you'd use crazy quantities of it. But we're not, so we're okay. Can recommend. Right, so I need to apparently stand on a conveyor belt. Let's not do that. Otherwise I'll just be who knows where when I go back to look for my character again. Okay, so we've got this light oil pipe here. So I can put in a station here for unloading. It's a fluid unload station like this one. So let's take a copy of this. And of that, I want to copy the tiles. I don't want to copy the train stop names. Because that's how you get crises and sadness and misery and told off by your brother. So put that in there. And then when that gets built, we'll put it in there again. and then shenanigan it until it all works. Oh, I'm going to need a batterizer. I'll work that one out once I've got it built. Actually, how is it done down here? Is it done down here? It is not. I should put in a battery system along here. Charge up these batteries because I'm apparently not at the moment. So let's extend that all the way down there, and we can run the belt down here and then pass it over to here, as I've been doing. Basically using this method because this is cleaner and tidier than whatever is going on here. Actually, I suppose since there's two stations here, it's not so bad. I can run. Get rid of that bit because there's only 2 stations here. Yeah, I can run it in from here and then out. Yeah, that works. Then link these 2 up to pass them onto the dump belt, whichever one. That's probably this one. Let's make sure. Yes, this one. This is the dump belt. So these then will go underneath. So no, you can't. I don't care if you can't reach. Just don't be silly. Right. So we'll go underneath here. How far does that go to there? Okay. And then from there, we'll just go straight onto it. That's fine. Because we are getting a few batteries along here, so it would be a good idea to get rid of them in the approved way. Like that. There we go. And to bring some new ones in as well, of course. That's always a good idea. So how are we getting on up here? Okay, we built some of it. Good. Hey Milak, you've reached orbit. Congratulations. That is seriously, reaching orbit is actually a significant achievement. Did you follow my advice and go off to pick up the free spaceship? We still have our free spaceship sitting here. We've flown it around a bit, but basically it's just we haven't made any serious modifications to it yet, apart from putting in a warehouse in the middle of it, because it basically works, and we haven't got the tech yet to make serious modifications to it. But yeah, the free spaceship is handy, almost as handy as all of the useful stuff that comes with it. Yeah, I found there are 2 big downsides to using rockets. The first one is that they use rocket fuel, as you've noticed. The second one is that they use large quantities of rocket parts, which are quite expensive, and you have to worry about the logistics of them, and that's a pain in the proverbial. So they annoy me a bit because of that. Yeah, this one. And also, yeah, they're a logistical pain. They're a rocket fuel generating pain, and also, I had another reason for that I didn't like them, and I can't remember what it is now. The rocket parts are both expensive, and you have to worry about the logistics of them. Those are the 3 things. There's fuel, cost of rocket parts, and logistics of rocket parts. Those 3 things between them make it so that I just think they're not. I think they're annoying, and that's why in this run we've basically tried to minimise the use of them and just use delivery cannons for pretty much everything. Which, to be honest, I will admit, using delivery cannons for pretty much everything is not the ideal way of doing a lot of stuff, because they have a rather low throughput. Oh, I need an extra piece of thing in there. There we go. But they are cheap and cheerful and easy, and just generally it's easier. I reckon it's easier to use them than in some ways it's easier, in some ways it's harder. Isn't that always the way with Factorio though? Also, I thought it'd be interesting to try doing things a little bit differently and just use delivery cannons. And everyone went along with what I said, possibly because it's my channel and I shouted loudly. I don't know. Oop, saving. Haha. Okay, if you go off and so T-Man, if you go off and watch the what I made a video about this. It's the what should you take to space with you video. Wait until after the stream, obviously, but if you go and watch that, basically in orbit round Calidus Asteroid Belt 1, there is a free spaceship with loads of goodies in it that you can go and pick up. And I recommend going and picking that up as basically your first rocket launch. Don't go straight to orbit. Go and pick all that stuff up first, because that way you get lots and lots of free stuff, which is very nice to have. That's such a ridiculous belt shenanigan. Never mind. So that bit in there looks stupid. Yeah, the logistics of rocket parts. I mean, it's if it was just rocket parts, it wouldn't be so bad. But it's because all of your outposts, if you're shipping, if all of your outposts are shipping their resource back to Norvis or wherever or Norbit, more likely, by rocket, you need to send out rocket parts and rocket capsules, and it's not exactly rocket engineering to sort that out. But it is an extra complication and a bit more faff and so on. So it's another thing you have to deal with. And I was and I was quite happy just sort of sidestepping it and into saying, well, let's just go in with delivery cannons and then spaceships. Now, admittedly, I based that theory on my 0.5 playthrough, where some things were a bit easier, and we weren't playing with Krastorio, so they were a lot easier. As is, it is a little bit more tricky. Okay, so you. Oh, I can't do the. I can't send the space. I can't not send the train until there's an insufficiency of oil up here. But I think this is just going to have to be a dumb train. And just sit here, trying to unload until it can. So we'll get rid of all the wiring and stuff in here because it's not going to be. We're not going to be using that. The train is not going to be that smart. It's going to come up here, and we're going to go up to light oil drop at Astro Science light oil drop. Okay, don't enable the train limit. So now down on Norvis. I can go and find that train. Oh, I haven't. Nope. Back into Norbit because I haven't made the train yet. Over here, we will take a fluid train and we will tell it to go to light oil. Light oil. There's a station called Like and Subscribe. I approve of the message. I don't know what that station's actually. Oh, I don't know what the one's called down on Norvis. Let's go.
Like and Subscribe is the name of the train building station.
Oh, okay. That seems very appropriate. Oh, the station was called Vianessa Hampson. That's not suitable. Light oil pickup for Norbit, I guess. That seems to be a reasonably sensible name. Now, let's get that train. The ones in Norbit are called Train Builder, which is much less exciting. And maybe I should rename them. So, we are going to go to light oil pickup for Norbit until full. Then we're going to go to... It's not going to be on there. Then we're going to go to... Is it at the top or the bottom? Then we're going to go to Norvis up. Then we're going to go to Astro Science light oil drop until empty. Then we're going to go to light... No, then we're going to go... No, then we're not. Then we're going to go to Norvis down. And that's it. Go there. Let's find out if it just magically all works. And let's make another train as well, because that's always fun. There we go. Train. So it's going the wrong way at the moment, but that's because it doesn't have much of a choice when it comes out of Like and Subscribe. In fact, you know what? Let's call this one... like that, and... there we go. Okay, down on Norvis. Here it comes. Bypassing the unload stations, that's fine because it's a fluid train. It then comes over to here.
That's what the bypass is for.
Stops there. And... Now, this is going to be a slower fill-up than we would get if they were connected directly. But because of the shapes of the trains, I could have done a single, a 1-2 train coming over here. But then it wouldn't have been big enough to unload. And every single time it would have had to do two round trips. I could set this one to go if it has less than... Ooh, here's a thought. Because this isn't going to completely empty. This is going to get down to 34,000. I could say if less than 40,000 and idle, then go and fill up. That's a good idea. So, manual, so it doesn't run off on me. If fluid count is light oil less than 40,000 and idle, let's say 10, let's say 15 seconds of inactivity, or empty car, and that. So we say empty cargo inventory, or fluid, it's less than 40,000 and inactive, then it can clear off. So it'll unload, it'll fill these pipes back up again, then we'll have however long it was of inactivity, then it'll clear off. So this will unload a single train's worth into the space train, which is 100, because no, it's 60,000. Sorry, when this holds 100,000, because these are 25,000 each, but the space train holds slightly more, which is silly, but never mind. So that means that will now go off and refill. So when it comes back round, it's ready to completely fill that train up, the next train up again, because it holds about 1.8 trains worth or something like that. So it's a little bit silly. So back to Norbit now. The train should have arrived. Where is this? This is energy science. I don't want energy science. Should have arrived over here. And it has. Here we go. It has arrived. It's unloaded the oil, and then it's cleared off again to go and get some more. So that is correct. Excellent. So what we now need is pipe work across here. You know what? I'm going to move this whole thing across one. Like this. There we go. Because then this can pop up over here, and I can replace that with a 5. Like so. Bloop. Actually, no, let's... I don't know. I mean, I sort of want to use up the remainder in these barrels just so we can stop, so the barrels can stop being a thing, and I can demolish all of this. But this is now this system is now going to work. The train will rattle back and forth until these are completely full, which, to be honest, is an awful lot of oil. I should use this. I should use smaller tanks here, really. But I don't want to waste the oil we've got. Let's put that. I kind of don't... Let's put a tank there and a pump there to pump all of this out into that one. I'll rotate these so they don't unload the next train. And then once these two are empty, I can then replace these with smaller tanks, because I think this is probably... This feels like overkill, to be honest. We don't need 400,000 oil up here. We need, like... Well, there's 60,000 in a train. Actually, it doesn't matter, because I'm doing this a simple, basic, naive way. I don't need to worry about the station being bigger than the train, which is an interesting way of looking at it. Normally, with one of these sort of stations, you need to make sure the train can completely unload so it can go off, refill, in order to go somewhere else. But because the ground to orbit thing messes up any sort of cleverness you try and do with the trains, unless you're being really clever, and I haven't bothered with that. The train is a single source to a single destination shuttle, so I don't need to worry about that. How much oil do I feel would I not feel guilty about wasting? That's the next question. Certainly. Well, this is going down quite quickly. I'll wait for that to get down to 100 at least.
Oil is not infinite in this.
Exactly. Well, unless you get it from core mining or recycling or, other places like that. I feel like I'm not very centered on my webcam. It's a bit better. It's hidden the microphone as well, which is sort of nice. So, where was I? Oh, yeah, okay, it's still empty. Yes, the free spaceship is very, very happy and worth going over to grab. I'm glad you saw the video. Sorry, I was very slow to reply on that. I got distracted by somebody else's reply that came in just after you on YouTube. Yeah, I keep sort of thinking maybe I should start streaming to just one platform so that everyone sees all of it. So the chat all goes into one place. But I don't know. I know that some people prefer Twitch, and I know some people prefer YouTube. So I feel, I don't know. I feel bad about forcing people to use one or the other. And also, I seem to get about roughly half my views on each as well. So it's yeah. Right. So here's the train. It's refilled and come back up again. Sure, we'll do that. It won't have any effect. Okay, we're down to less than 15 oil. That's low enough. I don't care. Go away. So now regular tanks, which I don't have in my pockets, which is a shame, because that's going to slow this down a little bit. But regular tanks, I can put one there and one there, and then maybe a third one there for shenanigans. I mean luck. So that way there is actually room to unload a train. Or I could just say, what the hell? Let's just unload. Let's not worry about being able to unload a complete train. Space pipe can then come over like that, up like that, and we can put that 5-piece back in, like that. And all right, one more piece there as well, and there we go. Boosh. That will now work quite happily. We'll get the oil flowing through from there. Still don't know what's going to happen with all these other 117 and plus these barrels of oil up here, but you know what? I don't care a huge amount. I could actually pump the oil out of the system into these tanks. That's not a bad. Yeah, let's do that. So I've put a pump in here. Do I have some? I have some of this stuff, so I can do that and that bit. So it's just these tanks I'm waiting for now. Yeah, I do use Restream. Oh, it doesn't share the chat. It gives you one central place where you can find the chat, which is slightly different. But yeah, that is a possibility. I'm currently using Restream. That's how I'm streaming to both at the same time. And yeah, it works pretty well. But the other consideration is that I feel that if I've got my audience split between the two services, then neither of them are going to advertise me quite as well as if I was just using them, because they're both going to think I only have half as many viewers as I actually do. That's apparently wrong. Oh no, wait, that's apparently unfinished. So that goes there. We bring this down here and then pipe it around like that. Apparently that size, that is the one size I don't have. Let's put a 5. Yeah, right, let's do that. Right, so there we go. We're now pumping the oil out of here. We're going to use up all of these barrels as quickly as possible. I've got rid of the request from here. So we'll use up, you see, that's dropping down really, really quickly because barrels suck. So we're pulling the oil out of all of those. That'll get down to 0 relatively soon. Maybe these tanks will be full, maybe they won't. And then I'll flip the pumps back around and we can start bringing it up by train. Yeah, so we've got... It is possible... We could, in theory... Well, Twitch is relatively easy to work with because it's just an IRC channel, so you can connect to it, you can pull chat messages from it, you can post to it relatively easily. YouTube is a bit more difficult because of reasons.
They limit the number of API calls you can do.
Yes, there we go. They limit how many API calls you're allowed to do per day, as Tristan says. Therefore, essentially restricting you to only being able to pull a certain number of messages out or put a certain number of messages in, and that's not really suitable for what we're trying to do. So, Twitch would be fine for that sort of thing. YouTube, not so much. That said, Restream is very handy. It does have a system for allowing you to display the chat as an overlay on the video, but I've been sort of a bit reluctant to do that. A couple of people have asked for it, but I feel that it would just overwhelm if you lost a big chunk of the screen.
I even provided you the code for that.
You did. Maybe I should have a look at it. I'll have some time next week, so maybe I will then. But there's... I mean, where would I put the chat? Because you're going to lose a chunk of screen space, essentially. Do you want to lose this bit over here, where the information pops up on the right? Do you want to lose some, or do you want to lose a load of space on the left-hand side, and therefore not be able to see what I'm doing some of the time when I'm fiddling with things? I could potentially learn to just play in the middle part of the screen. I don't know whether that's something I'm capable of or not. But you see, there are concerns and tribulations and whatnots with it. So I have, yeah, which is why I've not done it, essentially. Tristan, should I be getting Cryonite through to Cryonite for Norbit Slush? Because I don't seem to be.
Yes, and let's have a look.
Okay. I've got a minus 100 on that. It's being fed into the transmitter. I don't think I've screwed that up.
No, I'm getting the minus 100. I have not pointed at the right place. Could you ping the right place, please?
Run away before he shoots it at me. Oop, doing. There we go. Thank
I
you.
probably should have turned the cannon off before aiming it.
Just in case. I'm not sure in case of what, but yeah, probably just in case.
I don't know.
Right, so that's cryonite slush being made. Was that the thing I needed? Yes, that was the thing I needed for the gamma the gamma ray data. Excellent. So that's now 2 of those things fixed. Now let's have a look at Norvis again, because I'm curious to see how my this thing is getting on. So we're making these at a suitable rate. We now have 3,000 of them. So a train has come in and picked some of those up, and I think the only place it's requesting them was here. Okay. Oh, no, I take it back. There was somewhere else that's requesting them, because they're also being taken to here to be made into low-density structures. So those have all gone here, and the train is just going to continue to bring them here. I'm going to turn this station off, because I want them to go somewhere. I want to prioritize somewhere else, because we are making low-density structures somewhere else as well, and probably in I was going to say in larger quantities. I've no idea if that's true. We are making low-density structures somewhere else, so let's just stick with the this one first. Although, actually, that said, we've filled this up to its capacity level. So I could say let's allow this station to start providing low-density structures. It seems we have enough, but I still want to dump a load of these over into other systems at first.
I'm about ready to kick off my first train from Norbit to Norvis.
Ooh. Are you excited?
Do you mean Norvis to Norbit?
I built it in Norbit first because that's just happened to be where I was at the time. But I can do it.
Okay. Well, let's watch your which one is it that you're going to send?
This one.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's not going to go anywhere when it gets down to Norvis, but I assume you...
Well, no, but I can't. As far as I can see, you can't actually add the stations on until you...
You can. Do you have a station picker list on the left? That shows all of the stations everywhere. Yeah, look at my stream if you're wondering what I mean.
It's showing me an advert right now.
Don't. Well, you should be subscribed.
Yeah.
Aha! Scrolling chat like a marquee is an interesting idea. Yeah, I think my chat is quiet enough that wouldn't be too unreasonable. That might be manageable. I don't know if there is a restream system that will allow you to do that, but that is an interesting idea, Nogard. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I haven't seen a way of doing that, but I also haven't looked. So, yeah.
What's the wait condition for downstream, by the way?
Until empty.
Empty or... Yeah, it has to be empty.
Okay.
Drum roll.
Okay, so for the time being, it's not collecting anything at the top yet, but that can be added in later. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, copper has backed up in the recycling.
Again. Oh, no, oh, the actual plates.
Yeah, the actual plates.
Oh, you're not using them anymore for memory cards, are you?
No. Is Mike not using copper for? Oh no, he's using copper ingots.
I am, but it's ingots, and because they're far more efficient to transport.
I use some for energy, but we're not doing anything with energy.
We'll send the ore, start sending the ore down to Norvis soon, so it'll be getting made into ingots, and that'll be fine. Where am I?
Ran into something and then.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was about when the back was fully out of the station, out of the elevator.
Ooh. Plip.
Okay, so you're reading off the signal, and that's why the belt started flowing just before the train got there.
Exactly. It will only release... So the way this is working is it summons the stuff up through pretty straightforward. You've seen it all before. Signal handling, which I needed to clean up slightly. It's got a temporary setup at the moment to allow it to work for the test runs. That then flows the resources through to the warehouse. It then locks them in the warehouse until the train arrives. Then it releases them, thus it keeps counting them. Although I appreciate that the tiny amount of the belts probably is irrelevant. It then releases from the warehouse to the train. And then when the train is either full or it's gone inactive, it will go back up again. And then wait until it's empty and rinse and repeat.
So how are you preventing, when the material science stops running because we're doing astroscience or something like that, how are you preventing the train just going up and down constantly? Kind of running back and forth constantly empty?
Yeah, no, at the moment it doesn't do that.
Right, okay.
Eventually, and it won't be that long, but eventually one of the buffers will fill up and it won't be technically empty at the top until more drawer is put on it.
Ooh, that sounds...
Yeah, so what I need then is a something to say if there are less than, let's just say 1,000 items for the sake of argument in the bottom, don't enable the station.
Or you go, no, with the or inactivity, you say inactivity and something contains at least 100. Then it can't leave when empty.
Well, and the other thing is, okay, it's now finished loading up, and you've got 120 seconds to wait.
But that's... yeah, it doesn't need to be 120 seconds, but that doesn't bother me too much. I can tweak that. That was just for fueling reasons.
Right.
No, it doesn't need to be fueling reasons.
The inactivity only needs to be 1 second for fueling, or possibly 5 seconds. I just find this slightly amusing, given that the whole reason you built up that entire area was so your train would rattle up and down more quickly, and now you've got it waiting for 2 minutes after it finishes filling up.
Yeah, so the initial runs, what I want is lots of time to look at it, think about what it's doing and why it's doing it as it goes. So that's, the initial thing, stick that in high, then dial it back as appropriate.
Okay.
So like right now I'm thinking, what cargo am I always going to want more of? And that I don't have a good answer to. What do I use huge quantities of?
This is why you should be just requesting what you need.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, but the point is I can't put everything in there. And I am only requesting what I need. So I've got to put a specific thing in there for it to be cargo is 0.
Why not?
Cargo is at least 100.
Why can't you put everything in there?
There isn't an everything wildcard that you can use for this one.
Oh, right. Sorry, no, I meant why? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking loading everything into the train.
No, it's I can't put the wildcard in there, which means I think what I'm most commonly going to use. Probably plastic.
Any of these probablys worry me.
Yeah, I don't know is the honest truth.
How does it nest them? Because you can't. Can you go have a bunch of so inactivity and this or this or this or this or this?
The short answer is I don't know how the nesting.
It makes it clear when you're setting it up.
Yeah, and we don't really want to fiddle with your train because it's your train, and that feels rude.
So if you added another condition for when it goes into the elevator, it removes the UI. If you had another condition after the cargo one and have that as an or, is that within the and?
So put back to manual after the. No. If I okay. So you've got.
So you'd have to have 5 seconds of inactivity and a different cargo, or 5 seconds of inactivity and another cargo.
That'll be a little bit irritating, but it's doable.
Yeah, I'm not going to recommend you do that because that's
that would end up being a massive amount of logic in there, just basically for every single one of the materials that you need. Okay, so I mean, as a proof of concept, that works. I've switched the train off for now because at the moment the top end isn't all finished, as in I haven't got all the trains running to and from.
Oh, it does take thermofluid. Damn it.
But in principle, that's a good start.
It feels like it's going to have issues to me, but I'm very prepared to be proved wrong about that.
No worries. What issues do you feel it is going to have?
I'm not 100% sure. I feel it's going to get it's either going to be endlessly going up and down with no cargo, or it's going to get stuck, or it's going to get stuck at some point when you have a perfect storm of things that it happens to have or not have. I'm aware that I've not really.
I think I know what you're trying to say, but I'm not.
I'm glad you do, because I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure I do.
So the risk, as I understand it, is basically, let's say one item just backs up a bit and the whole thing deadlocks on that.
Or you're saying you're going to watch out just for one particular type of one particular item, and that also could be a problem, I think.
Yeah, that would be a problem, because then the one time it doesn't request the item, I've got to wait until it's needed, but then that could be it's not going to use that item because something else has run out, and therefore it's not. So the other thing which makes this more complex is, as you know, I've got the delivery cannons all currently there.
Yeah, I've been essentially been just turning my delivery cannons off as soon as I set up a train system to do the same thing.
And the thought very much crossed my mind, so it's not a bad way of doing it, but at the same time, I like having the redundancy in there, where it will automatically just kick back in if necessary.
I see your point.
But at the same time, I very much take the point that that's a lovely idea. How do you make it work with all the signals? I suppose I could go around and change all the logic on all of the delivery cannons to be, if it's minus 10,000 or something. Or
Yeah, and that's we've done that we've done that with other things to prioritize for different delivery cannons. So when we have certain places that are producing things at different priority levels, that is a doable.
My other impression with yours, it depends exactly how you set other things up, but you're essentially going to get to the point where it's one train that brings up a trainload of copper, then it brings a trainload of glass, then it brings a trainload of plastic. Just because.
That might happen. Yep.
No, that will happen long term, because you're going to have a train turn up to pick up copper, and so copper will be the thing that's missing. So it will request a full train of copper, because that's what's being removed.
Oh, I see. Because you've got trains feeding trains. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily a problem, but it is essentially going to be it'll become a.
It's just multi-handling. Yeah.
It'll become a train that is single cargo, but it varies which single cargo it is.
Yeah.
And then occasionally it'll be mixed and potentially confuse things.
I mean, it might happen. I suspect that that could theoretically happen in reality, the draw rates of the different materials will.
No, it's not about the draw rate.
The draw rate is always a train.
Yeah, because you've got a train load. You will always have a train load. Will go from all of your stations on the left to one of your stations on the right.
Yeah.
And so they'll then be then your station on the left will say, oh, suddenly we're a train load down. So the train will go, okay, I'll go and get a train load of copper or whatever.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's not set up to work like that.
It is, I think.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, because at the moment, this stuff up here is all buffer.
Yes, but it's going to the buffer is going to be removed a train load at a time. So the next train will always bring in so the next time it will always bring over a train load, because that's what's needed.
He's measuring over it.
Oh, he's measuring over at the other side as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which seems really weird.
It does seem weird, yes.
Yeah, so what I want to do then is to add this into the thing so that it knows what it's got here and handles that appropriately. I've had 2 or 3 ideas on how to do that, but I haven't thought how best. At the moment, it's effectively storage. Added point, anyone could theoretically draw from up here as well. If they
that is true. There is a potential use, yes, for these being. This is the sort of the alternate. There were sort of 2 ways we could potentially have gone here, I suppose. We either have either have a system down on Norvis that swaps individual items over, so you have a train that comes up full of copper and then goes off to wherever copper is needed, or you have a train that gets whatever is needed for astroscience and brings it up to astroscience. You've got a sort of slightly weird in between. in that you're doing the former, but already from up in Norvis, that's being fed by a mixed train. I mean, I think it can be made to work. It's just a bit weird, basically.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's an artifact of how things got built up. Because back at the start, when I very first, we go back several months.
Back when you started building in space. Yeah.
Wait for it. There.
Yeah.
Right at the other end of the thing. I sit there and say, this is what I need for Material Science 1.
Yeah, and we were all sort of going, what you're doing it. Well, I think we said, you're doing that differently to the rest of us. Actually, more to the point, I think we observed that you and Marc are essentially doing full trains worth of whatever, as in you have a station per resource, whereas Tristan and I have gone the opposite way with a station for our science. Separate, and then fluids separately, because fluids are nonsense.
Before we started building the sciences, we discussed it to do it your way, basically. And but you started right away, and after some time Mike and I picked up and we just defaulted to the regular way to do it.
I
just didn't remember that we had agreed to do it your way.
To be honest, I don't think it's not a problem. I think it's interesting that this has happened and we're doing things in different ways. So yeah, why not? But it's like the whole flavors of Factorio thing. It's interesting to do things in different ways. Now, granted, doing things in different ways in the same game is a little bit weird, but still.
That's kind of multiplayer, isn't it?
Exactly. Yes. As you've noticed, I don't consider weird to necessarily be bad.
Which is probably a good thing. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't be friends.
There's some sort of self-loathing comment in here as well, I suspect.
No comment. But yeah. Anyway, so to circle that one back round again, that's why I don't think I understand why it could theoretically go to the one train at a time, but I don't think it entirely will because of where it's being measured.
Yeah, having it collecting all of the adding those two up for the drop-off station and the pickup station feels weird. I mean, I think it can be made to work, but it still feels weird.
Yeah, it's just saying you're inside the system boundary, now the system will sort itself out, but I'm requesting into the system boundary from outside.
And also intra-system, that's the strange part.
Yes.
But, yeah, I mean, go nuts, let's see what happens.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, the
fun bit.
Once I've finished implementing everything that's in my head, I think the biggest criticism that will very legitimately be levelled at me is, that's one heck of a lot of resources you've got in buffer.
Yeah, I don't care too much about that. The only place I really care is when there are resources that cost memory cards. And I've got that wrong a few times because memory cards are reusable. That's why that matters. The rest of it it's not such a big deal. Although I did swap out my 200,000 tanks for 25,000 tanks up here because I thought let's not cache 400,000 light oil in my science area.
Yeah, it's fair.
Right, I think my train's ready to set off.
No God says this is needlessly complicated, and I approve.
I can't remember what the Norvis N circuit condition needs to be to tell it to go. But...
Oh, you about to set one of your trains going as well?
Yes. That's what I was just saying.
Yeah. I was distracted by chat. Being able to filter slots in the trains it wouldn't be particularly useful for what we're doing. It's very, very useful for the way we're bringing the science these things over. So in this train, for example, we've got it split up. So this row is filtered to energy 1, this one's to energy 2, this one's energy 3. That's really useful. But for bringing the stuff up to orbit, depending on how things go, I don't know how much whether I'm going to need more of the glass, the coal, the beryllium, the whatever. So that's a little bit more. I don't want to put filters on there. I want to do things in a different, clever way. So have you got a train up here that's about to go, Tristan, or is it?
No, it's down.
Oh, it's down.
Norvis at the moment.
Let's go and have a look.
At the moment, it's basically filling up with blue circuits because that's the only thing I need.
Okay. Well, that's no fun. That means you'll have an actually full train, and there won't be any difficulties about how to
I'm not
trigger
checking for full train though. So.
Okay. So you're looking for a G equals 9. G.
Yeah, my understanding of the logic is that you're looking for does the sum of the train contents plus orbit equal OK? I appreciate I've rearranged that equation in my head a few times, but
I don't think
you're
he
doing to
is.
it-
I didn't follow that, so I think no.
Okay.
So you're pulsing and holding.
You're counting what's going into the train.
No.
No.
I'm doing
Can I
the same as
guess?
Laurence.
Can I
essentially.
guess?
Go on then.
Are you looking at what's on the belts and seeing in assuming that if the held number is significantly bigger than the pulse number by a certain amount, then that means the belt has stopped?
No. Basically, I'm waiting for the held number to be full belts and the pulse number to not have done anything within the last short amount of time.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay.
So
how are you doing timing? Is timing just done by sort of multiple ticks and multiple
yeah.
There's a couple of
combinators?
clocks.
Okay.
There's a clock. These two are clocks, or a clock between them.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That seems. That makes logical sense to me. And there's my train sitting there with 220 coal in it, twiddling its proverbials because it's got.
It does occur to me that I could do this more simply by just measuring two of the belts and going, are these belts not moving, and having an inactivity on the train as well, as long as the input feed is a slower belt than fills them.
Or you could just look at the belt. You could look at the belt. If the train is inactive, and the belt is non-zero. Oh no, the train, that could just mean the stuff has started to flow again.
What's interesting is that the three stations next to each other, we've got three completely different looking ways of approaching it. So the real question is, Mark, what are you going to do?
I'm just letting Tristan set it up.
That's no fun.
Well,
yeah,
they're going to warehouse then.
Tristan's is approximately equivalent to mine, but just does it in a slightly different way.
If I am going to set up Mark's, I'll probably set his up in the efficient way that just occurred to me, because I think that can be set up so that it just works and is a much smaller number of combinators.
Okay, I shall look forward to seeing what that is. I've never really got my head properly round timing things in Factorio. Anything time based. So yeah,
it's not particularly nice, I feel.
No, admittedly, this is just my opinion, and so feel free to disagree. My take on it is, Factorio doesn't really go down to that level. It sort of says, yes, I've already done that logic for you. Just deal with the numbers as it is, rather than saying, okay, now you need to institute a clock. Now you need to have your clock run at the right rate. Now you need to use that clock cycle to update the next thing. A higher level of logic is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, but I'm not 100% sure of what you were meaning or saying. Yeah, I certainly agree in that I think there isn't really anything that's intended to work with time, with the exception of the train controls.
Which just will do that for you. Yeah, so you by example, and I'm going to use the same example as I've used before. In Minecraft, if you want to set up something to activate on a certain condition, you've got to lay all the logic gates yourself.
Yeah.
Using redstone, or you get a mod that does it for you. Factorio is the mod that does it for you. You put a thing down and say equals if. You just press the if button. You don't need to go through all the gates. Like, you don't need to write them yourself.
It does limit the number of gates that you get.
True. But that's always the way of higher logic things. It's what's the programming? Oh, there's a programming language that we use as an example. I've completely forgotten. It's like in schools, just a completely different example. Kids use Scratch to learn how to program, which is a GUI-driven programming language.
Yeah.
Although you can do it in actual code. But the whole point is they're learning the principles of programming by dragging and dropping structures. And that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
It helps them to. I'm oversimplifying slightly, in fairness. And
Yeah,
I'm also
I've not used Scratch, but I've seen sort of screenshots of it and stuff like that, so I have a loose idea.
I taught some kids to use it in year 3 when I was a school governor.
Okay.
It's really simple. This is what a loop is. This is what an if statement is.
Mm.
These are some basic logical constructs. Really, really, really basic stuff. But the whole point is it's just getting your head around the idea that if this condition is true, then do this. Otherwise, don't do that.
Yes.
Train set off. It is full of blue circuits.
Stop.
As expected.
Yes. Well, I wasn't specifically expecting to be full of blue circuits, but
You were saying
I'm
that was
not-
the main thing you were expecting, what you wanted. So
yeah, it probably shouldn't have been full of blue circuits because it should have been counting the ones that were in the train.
Oh right. Yep. I've
You are
That's
missing
fine.
people to read the train's content, unless you're
Yeah.
trying to count that by. I assumed you're trying to count that by reading the belt and storing it in a memory cell.
No, that is now reading the train contents.
Yeah, I think
That's fine.
I think I made the same mistake.
A full train of blue circuits is fine.
Yeah.
Oh, you get through them. Yeah, it's not going to hurt you, is it? I do like that.
I don't need anything else, so.
So that's the point about a high-level programming language is that you get a really, really nice and easy-to-use interface, but
Yeah.
you can only do what the person who designed that interface thinks that you ought to need to do.
Yeah, it's the iPhone versus Android thing. iPhone is possibly better if you want to do the things Apple expect you to do, but Android is probably better if you want a slightly more general purpose device that will allow you to have a bit more customization and so on and so on. That used to be, I think that used to be a lot more true than it is these days. They've sort of met a little bit in the middle, but I think there's still an element of truth to it.
It used to be the Linux versus I'm talking many, many years back. Linux versus Windows.
Yeah, that's true.
My 90-something-year-old grandfather, I forget exactly how old he was at the time, could pick up a How to Use Windows for Dummies guide, and he was happy. But the idea of Linux was just too complicated for him.
Yeah.
And again, it's more Windows is more customizable now, and Linux is more out of the box friendly than it used to be. Hey, it's the same thing, high level versus low level.
Yeah.
Yes, in Factorio, it's sort of mid range, but it's relatively high level compared to Minecraft and some others.
Yeah.
In terms of you get these pre-programmed logic gates. Like we were looking at the train earlier and saying, you can only nest an and inside an or, not the other way around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
because that allows you to do everything. It's just more fact.
But it can be a bit awkward. Yeah. I feel that a lot of the people who do incredibly complicated things in Factorio are doing it despite Factorio, not because of Factorio. If you know what I mean.
Absolutely, and there is a lot of fun. It's like people who wrote basic computers in Prison Architect.
Yeah.
Or
Minecraft or Factorio. Yeah. They're all Turing complete. I didn't realise Prison Architect was Turing complete, actually.
Yeah, you have it's got a logic system in there, which was initially designed so that you can, if this camera is active, then this door is unlocked.
Right. Okay.
But because Krastorio is a massive nerd, he programmed in essentially the ability, and then he demonstrated how to do it in one of the alpha videos. This is how you can make a clock cycle using basically that. Once you've got a clock cycle and a counter, I think it is, you've technically got all the basic building blocks you need to do a computer.
And if you're enough of a
there's
masochist, then yes.
There was something else in there as well, I forget what it was. But yeah, and after that, you could make a fully functioning computer. He did point out it was an incredibly inefficient computer, so don't try and make it play Dwarf Fortress.
But do try and make it play Doom, because that's what everyone always tries to do.
Yeah.
Right, I have now technically finished Astro Catalogue 3. I say technically in that sort of way I just did because some of the ingredients haven't arrived yet. But I believe I've got everything hooked up, and I expect it to. Well, I sort of feel like it should work, but I am a realist, and so I think there might be a little bit of debugging. But essentially, and
You
also
expect it to break, but you haven't worked out how yet.
yeah, there's also going to be some expanding to be done with it as well, because at the moment I've got not very many machines producing all of the things that go into it. But I think there is sort of there's what I usually call a proof of concept. How is the
Marc,
cryo slush doing?
Are you able to
5,000.
accept
What?
a train of copper plates?
Where?
Norbit.
Let me check.
It's an ugly mess of receiver dishes. Is that because you copied and pasted from the other planet?
So the higher up ones are the copy paste ones that I haven't implemented yet.
Right. No.
Let's say no, because bio doesn't need copper.
That'll be why I asked Mike, but I also assumed that if you were thinking about it, then I wasn't going to interrupt. And
Hang on. Didn't you say you got
you
it?
stole the iron train.
No, sorry, not
Oh.
that. Didn't you say you got the cryonite from Norbit Slush? Yes, this seems to be this cable. Oh god.
Yeah, it should be being sent.
Yeah, but it's not.
In a word, no, I accept ingots. I did originally plan to have a
Right,
second
goes
station,
there.
which would be a priority thing to accept plates, but I never actually implemented it.
That doesn't look like the right place. Or is it? I'm confused now. I've confused myself. Oh no, it is the right place. Why aren't they going? So it was this one? No, this one.
It just doesn't have
Oh.
enough.
There just isn't enough coming through, I guess.
Yeah. Because the Norvis stuff is requesting a lot as well.
Like it's midnight. I had not realised.
It's 11 o'clock.
It's 11 o'clock.
You are quite correct. Apologies. I have. don't ask why, but I've got my clock on my desk set to CET.
Is it because you're being sympathetic towards how late we're making Marc stay up?
Yeah. I mean, it's 2 past midnight. That's quite correct.
Yeah. Almost. It's because I was being sympathetic to my client who is in Madrid and my other client who's in Darmstadt.
And
And when I was arranging start times for things, I know exactly when my guys start and girls start and stop. And so saying that, oh yeah, we can start at 7 o'clock in the morning for this guy, and this one's going to start at 10, but he'll keep going to 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
yes, it's always after
ideal.
midnight somewhere. You're quite right.
But yeah, the I did suggest one, and the person who authority went, please no. After that, I was like, maybe I should set my clock so that I can.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Outlook sort of does that for you, and that it'll show you what time it is for the other person when you're trying to arrange a meeting, or you can just try and remember to add one. But or you do that thing like a banks and whatever do, where you have a row of clocks on the wall showing the time in various different places. To be honest, I don't feel like you really need it between Britain and Europe, but between Britain and the US it might be a bit more useful because it's a larger number and harder to remember exactly what the number is.
And it depends where in the US as well. It's got what? 4
Exactly.
time zones? I think technically 5 if you include, or even 6 if you include some of the.
Oh, there are some weird ones, aren't there? Where they do or they don't change depending on how they feel at the time.
Yeah, well, I was thinking that Hawaii is in a different time zone from the rest of.
Oh,
many of the
true.
countries.
Hawaii is a good point. I might have to start worrying about that soon because I think my new job that I'm starting fairly soon. I believe I will have a colleague who's based in Hawaii.
Yeah, the other one is that in sort of the early hours of the morning. I say the early hours when I've been up since 5:30 in the morning. It's got to 7. I'm tired. I will absentmindedly subtract 1 instead of add 1. And things like that at the wrong time, or I'll.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's just easier.
Yeah, I can see the logic, really.
It's when you're on a call to someone, actually, verbally having a chat over the phone. So yeah, yes, I could.
10
use
times
that
as much. That means I need was it 30,000? So I need 3. I'm going to need 3,000 cryonites from Tristan. They come in 200 at a time like that. That was quite good timing. So I'm going to need 15 delivery cannons worth arriving. Actually, to be fair, they are now running. It is now arriving faster than I'm using it up. So that's quite impressive. Obviously means I need more of these machines, but the fact that it's arriving faster than it's getting used up is a good start.
My current issue is a sand backlog.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
And sounds familiar. I feel like we might have had sand backlogs before. Right. Well, it is coming in. It is being used, and we have so far got to about 11,000 of it, and I need to have 60,000 for a train to turn up automatically. I don't even remember if I've set a train to start trying to do the routes. Without, no, I don't think I have, because it hasn't been enough for a train to turn up. Where are you? What are you called? You're dear. It's not been named properly either. Luckily, it won't have activated. Are you named properly? You must be. Yes, your acid has been arriving, so that's okay. And then down here, are you named properly? Yes, you are. But there's no trains with that one anyway yet. So yeah. And also, none of the aeroframe scaffolds have arrived. Why have none of those arrived yet? I was expecting that to happen fairly soon. Maybe they've all just... Oh, they're probably... No, I told them not to go there. So over here, let's see. We've got... They're being churned out at a rate over here. We have 7,800. So we very, very nearly have a train's worth here. So that's gonna call a train quite soon. Hopefully, that train is then going to go here. Aeroscaffold pick up, aeroscaffold drop. Oh! Ah! It has already been... It's already been here and dumped them down here. And those have flowed all the way up to here where there's a gap in the belt. Well done, Laurence. Let's fix that. Then we'll be able to load them into the train up here. Then we'll have some aeroframe scaffolds, and then one of the two things that I'm lacking will come through, and then I'll trigger a train manually and force it to up top and force it to deliver some stuff. Right. Dirt.
Where are new train power packs being made in Norbit, by the way?
They're at the bottom of recycling.
It looks like that's just recharging old ones or replacing destroyed ones. Can't just see anything new being made.
Oh, the brand new ones are being sent up from Norvis.
Ah, right.
And that is where they will appear in and get charged.
Yep. Okay.
Possibly need to re-increase. Are we actually suffering for numbers, or? Yeah.
A little bit.
I took some up because I extended some charging lines, so that was a while back though. So
yeah, but the the maintenance amount is only 200.
Okay. Yeah, I could easily believe I swallowed a lot more than 200 in extending the lines.
Because there's no point having... Otherwise, I had it at some like 2k before, and that would have brought up 2k per rocket until it feeds all the way back up the belt and fills the warehouse.
So that's set correctly. That means at the other end, I have not set that up. Let's go and...
You've now just added like 13 trains to the system.
Yeah, I've upped that to 2k for now.
Okay.
Right, so this one here is... Hang on, that's already set. It's already set to minus 1,000. What the... Diddly? Not that planet. That planet. So...
none are being sent up, though.
Oh, it would help if I'd actually wired this back into the system up here after I went through breaking things. Laurence, goodness sake. Right, let's put that pylon there, because I'm gonna need to jump to something, and you can jump from belt to belt, but it always looks a little bit confusing, so I'm going to try and avoid that. So we'll put a pylon in there, and then once that gets built, I can run a cable from here to here to here, and then the signal will actually get passed through. We'll fill this train up, and it can bring stuff up to Norbit as required.
Oh, it's Laurence's silly don't fill up the rocket until it's actually got it's actually being built limiter.
It's not that silly. Have we just run out of rocket parts? There are a load in the chest. Oh, there's a load in the warehouse of shame. I'll try and pull them out of it.
They should be pulled out. Oh, there might be.
Maybe they should be, but they're not.
They're compacted, are they?
Yes. Yeah, compacted rocket or stacked or whatever.
I'll have them pulled out.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're doing it. All right, that works too. I was trying to work out where the stacked ones went, and it was taking me a moment to work it out. Cool. Okay, looks like you're on it, so I can go back to watching over here for my pylon to be delivered, which it has been now. Excellent. So I can get that red cable I was talking about, go from there, which has got all those lovely signals of things I'm short of, and put it down there, like that, and then there we go. So we've got enough glass, we've got enough coal, but we're now pouring through loads, well, a belt's worth of these low-density structures. We're going to pass no, not low-density structures, aeroframe scaffolds. They do look a bit like low-density structures, I think, kind of. They're the scare of tryptophobe, anyway. So, thing is, though, I'm only asking for 1,000 of them. So that means we're only going to fill up one row in each wagon. And then it'll stop. So I need to decide what thing I want to have significantly more of than I have at the moment. Probably all of them to be... Well, yeah. One way to look at it is if you're always requesting enough for a full train of each thing to be brought up, then you'll never have any problems. Except you might have storage problems at the other end. So let's see. So I can ask for... Let's ask for more of these, because I am going to suddenly get through a load of them. And I suppose I might as well ask for more coal, because it's cheap and doesn't stack up very high. There we go. So now I go back down to Norvis and watch it again. There we go. So we've got a load more aeroframe scaffolds pouring through. We'll have twice as many coming in, and we've also got a load of coal. And it's doing that funny thing again where, due to the way splitters and things work, all of the coal is going into the front wagon and all of the scaffolds are going into the back wagon. That doesn't matter at all. It just looks weird. As you can see, coal takes up quite a lot of space. So it's going to fill that one up quite quickly. Scaffolds, well, we shall see. Okay, we've now got enough scaffolds, but we're still filling up with coal. That's fine. Tristan, would you like to try nudging the game speed a little bit higher now that we've finished a lot of the demolitions we were doing? Because I've noticed it, other than when I was complaining about it earlier, it seems to have been nice and steady on 36 for quite a long time. And it now seems to be nice and steady on 39. Let's give it a moment or few to see. Oh, no, that's too much. Actually, give it a second. Let it... Oh, no, never mind.
Okay. Mark, your red circuit pickup, I think it's right below the requesting letting one train in.
Hey, Diamond, welcome. Yes, we have in fact gone for the... So the question is, for those of you on Twitch and stream, the question is, I was talking about trying to go straight for spaceships to skip all the using cargo rockets. Yes, we have largely done that. So in our base, what we've got at the moment, we have two cargo rockets. As you can clearly see here, that was impressively good timing, wasn't it? We have a couple of cargo rocket launchers here that are sending all the miscellaneous stuff like science packs and whatever else up to Norbit, and that's all going into the storage system here. For the main space bus. So yes, we're using rockets for that. We're also using, well, we started off using rockets for our first trips to other planets. I think some people still do, but we've also used the free spaceship for that a bit. Other than that, if we go out and look at, say, Talos, and I picked that one largely because that's the planet I've been working with, there are no rockets being launched from here. There's a landing pad here for bringing stuff in for building, and we have... but then we have delivery cannons for shipping all of the goods around. Part of me, I'm not going to say part of me regrets this decision, because I don't regret it. It was different and interesting, and so it was fun because of that reasoning. However, delivery cannons struggle a bit with throughput, shall we say. So whilst it is quite, they are cheaper than rockets until you've done more than, I think it was 50 rocket research. They only do one stack at a time. So when you've got a lot of stuff flowing through, they can struggle a little bit. But as I say, I don't regret it. I think it's worked quite well, and has certainly been interesting. But that does mean, however, because we're playing with Krastorio² as well, and because we're playing with 0.6, where things have been made quite a bit harder. there's a much larger amount of time between wanting to start to use rockets and getting onto spaceships. So in 0.5, I think rushing spaceships was quite a realistic thing. You could quite easily get to spaceships with just delivery cannons. With 0.6 and K2, you can, but it's quite a lot more effort. Does that sound like a good summary, everyone?
Yeah.
Good. I've also still not asked for enough stuff because the train still isn't quite full.
I'm going to need to head off in a moment, by the way.
Okay.
Because I still have a poorly daughter that needs looking after. And it's going to be a long night without sleep.
Well, sympathy to all of you, especially the parents, I guess.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate things. She's two. She
Yeah.
doesn't understand
Kids are plague magnets. I know. I've had enough friends having them that I understand the concept.
Yeah, it's the obvious ones, like you said earlier. She's about to be sick, and she just wants the sympathy, and so, as you do, you're about to be sick. So she then turns into me for the cuddle with Daddy, and then throws up all over me, and they're going, thanks, that's appreciated.
Just what I wanted.
There's a toilet right in front of you, which you missed by 180 degrees. But in fact, when she's a bit older, she'll understand the concept of aiming. But yeah, anyway. Thank you very much. And then I suppose now's a good time to say that I won't be here for the next 2 weeks.
Dun,
As
dun.
a definite for 2 weeks, possibly longer, but we'll see how it goes. On account of my second child is going to be born.
You didn't learn after the first one. Jeez. Oh, that's one of them full.
Yes.
And the other one full. So there we go. Now I'm just going to talk. So now this all backs up a bit. It gets to here. The train goes. That worked amazingly well. I'm actually quite impressed. Even especially because I made it myself. Right, and that'll turn up over here. Sorry, I interrupted you, but there was a train doing exciting things.
That's quite all right.
More exciting than you breeding.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Me breeding is definitely not a spectator sport, unlike a train arriving. Digest that one from
not touching that comment with a very large pole. And here we go. Now I've got now I'm going to just completely ignore Mike for the sake of everyone's sanity and say, look, aeroframe scaffolds, and eventually we'll get rid of all of this extra coal that I've brought up. It feels like Christmas. Everyone gets cold for being naughty. We could eventually we'll get all the coal out of the train and we can start getting out the more interesting presents that are tucked away at the bottom. But for now, yeah. Well, congratulations. I suppose I should probably say that rather than just mocking.
Thank you very much.
Here come the scaffolds. And they're coming down here as well. Excellent. The system is working. Yeah, so goodness knows what we'll do without you. Probably go in and finish off your science packs or something. Actually, no, we probably won't. We'll probably just ignore material 4 until you get back and then tell you it's your job to go off and finish it off. Which
seems
because
fair.
It's not like there's a shortage of other stuff to get done, to be honest.
True, and there is, as long as you're happy to manually load pistol magazines into the science area.
You might come back and find there's a machine that makes pistol ammo in your science area.
I'm putting down the things for it. There's one there. It's just...
What? Why is it there?
Because that's where the materials were.
Pistol ammo takes coal and iron. They're both basic things. Just build it on your own area. And how are you going to get...
coal available.
How are you... Oh, you're just going to hand feed them from that machine over into the... Oh, dear.
That's what I have been doing so far. Yes, now I'm putting in here some stations to bring the necessary stuff, and I'll just make them on site. But as the interim measure... Yeah.
Why do you have a station for dropping off pistol ammunition?
So at the time I was expecting to be putting them on the train.
Right. I suppose what I'm actually asking is why aren't you repurposing that station for either the iron or the coal? Actually, you've already got iron. Why aren't you just repurposing it for the coal? Why are you making two stations? You've already got...
I also need stations for... What's the other thing?
Oh, if there's other stuff you need, that's fair enough.
Yeah, actually, I don't need both those stations. That's a good point. You, station, go away.
Yeah, I was going to say the only other thing, if it's for the pistol ammo, you need to bring in coal because you've already got iron. But if you need a station for something else, then okay, fair enough.
Yeah, the other one that you wanted me to get rid of was the requested chest for locomotives.
Okay.
Which is there.
I see. see. Right. Okay. So you are the green. So you need to bring in green circuits so you can make the locomotives on site. Okay, that makes sense. And
yes,
engines.
I mean, that was the question from earlier about.
Yeah.
I was actually going to say we're going to make them on orbit. Where's best? But yeah.
Yeah.
Orbit,
I think they're only going to stack to 10. So I think because of the logistic effort, it's probably making them on site is reasonable.
You don't need that many. And in fairness, the quantity we've got right there will keep that science pack going for a very long time.
Yeah.
What you may find has happened while you're away is copper plates being bodged in.
Oh, that's possible.
Just to
Although, once we start shipping all of the ores back down to Norvis, we'll have a load of copper to get rid of, sure, but there won't be quite so much. There won't be any extra being produced up there, so it won't be quite so bad.
As long as around here stays looking neat and tidy.
Don't worry, it won't.
No promises.
Yeah. You realise my long-term plan is to replace all of this with the nice, aesthetically pleasing-looking space scaffolding.
Yeah, I think I was the expensive space scaffolding.
Yep. It's still
The
free.
wasteful space scaffolding.
Free. It's free. Because it comes from coal mining.
It's opportunity cost, as I've said many a time. Oh no! Bugger. I've done a wrong. Let's break that and break that. And then pull up all of this. I forgot to get rid of junk data cards from my gravimetric facilities. That old chestnut. There we go. And I've run out of belts to finish that bit off as well. Oh, I can nick one from over here, like that. There we go. Now I just need to go and get the junk data cards that have accidentally gone somewhere else. But that is now right. I am now producing both. I'm now producing 3 out of the 4 data cards needed for Astroscience 3, and the 4th one is just waiting for the cryonite slushies to be produced. And I just need to come up here and pick up some junk data cards that have slipped through the net. There are only 2 of them. That's not too bad. Excuse me. Oh, I thought I picked up something I didn't want over here. Maybe not. I do have rather a lot of miscellanea in my inventory. So whether it's something you should pursue in your own K2 SE run, it depends how much of a masochist you are and how much you like doing things differently, and whether you consider it to still be doing it differently if it's the thing that I've already done. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was interesting because I find the logistics of doing of rockets is a little bit annoying. Having to transport all of the bits and pieces for rockets around is a bit of a faff. But if you don't mind that too much, then yeah, it's a different challenge, I guess. Basically, is what I'm getting at.
25 past 11.
True, it's. Actually, there's a couple more things I want to do. One is to drop a load of batteries onto the disposal belt because I'm carrying them around. The main thing I want to do, I want to manually trigger a cryonite slush train and just get that and just make sure and just have it maybe make my first Astro 3 catalogue. Let's get rid of these first. And there's some junk data cards I picked up, I think, as well, which I can put onto there. Maybe not. No, I must have got rid of those. Okay, I don't think I can get rid of any. And it can't get rid of any of that other stuff here. Right, so let's. I don't know why I'm flying around. Let's get back into where I belong. Touch down, and then I need a fluids train. You go to cryonite slush pickup until full. Go to cryonite slush drop until empty. Go. Now, it won't go, but it's a shame you can't force a train to go to a station with a sort of an override on there. You have to go over to the station and do the override at the station. There we go. Set train limit. All right, so here comes the train to pick up the slush. flood of construction bots going over to build something for Mike up there by the looks of it. But that's okay, that's what they're for. There goes the Cryonite slush train. Here comes the Cryonite slush train. Fill up with... Oh, there's 30,000, so we're going to half fill the train. That's not bad. Okay, that'll do. And then just go to Cryonite slush drop. Yes, it is going to the right place. Excellent. Oh wow, the Cryonite supply is actually keeping up now. That's awesome. Even though I double the number of machines turning it into slush, it's still the Cryonite is no longer the limiting factor. The fact that I haven't put in enough machines is. So the train now comes down here, unloads into the tanks, bloop, and now we can feed that down into here, and we can start making gamma ray observation, whatever they're called, gamma ray detectors, which we can feed into these telescopes. And then, eventually, we'll get out 12 gamma ray observation frames and some scrap. That's okay, I've put in the scrap matron here to get rid of that. Could you be a little bit faster, please? This is a rather slow process. It's only 16 seconds. Oh, I suppose we're running at about half speed, and I've dropped down to 32 frames a second. Yeah. Okay, so here come all of those. They come down here and get all read down here in the astrometric facility. Like that. Where the Astro facility takes in... it only takes in 3, and then has an 85% chance of actually succeeding. So that's... so-so, I suppose. But there we go. There's some gamma ray data coming out here. Excellent. Goes onto the belt here. This seems to be working. I've finally gone through, and after many yaks, I've got to the point where we're actually producing all of the bits and pieces we need. Now, there's not remotely enough of these ones coming through, as we can see here. But they are coming through, probably. Why are these not getting snatched up? Have I done something horribly... These are all programmed to do recipe 2. Oh, for goodness sake. Right. There we go. It helps if you program them to do the right bloody recipe, doesn't it? Oh. Now, if any of them make it down to this end, we can actually start making some.
Kothar's being damaged. A wall.
The walls can take quite a lot of abuse. So.
Just thought it should be mentioned.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely should be. My next question is, why are these being so slow? Oh. Yeah, we're just passing all these cards straight off this way. We're not passing half of them through down here. Right. Okay. This needs that. And then programming those up so some of them get passed down to here. So what we want to do is split off the data cards to come down into this bottom side. Then we can halve them here. So some of them will go down to here, and some of them will go back up here, and all of the junk data cards will go straight through over here. We could do it the other way. We could split everything here, and then split out just the good stuff here, so the junk data cards get passed back onto this one. But I think this way round is probably going to be safer. I think Twitch just disconnected and reconnected itself on my view, but the stream seems to be okay, so that's what actually matters. Come on, bots. Right, okay, we now have a decent supply of all of these, so this machine should have probably have run by now. Oh, it hasn't got any coolant? What? Oh, it's... okay, I have screwed this one up. This needs to be super chilled, not lukewarm. Okay, that's not the end of the world, but it does need fixing, so I'll go and have a look at that in a moment. Oh, also, it's just occurred to me, this is only going to be taking them down from all but this machine. So as I put more in, it's probably going to be absolutely fine. But, yeah. It's not quite the design I was going for. Let's put another 2 in anyway. Like that. Because this clearly isn't going to be fast enough. Like that. There we go. That's now complete there, and I should probably put more in down here as well. Where are those bots? Is this out? No, it is in bot area. Oh, here they come. Finally. Can we have Angel Bob's nuclear bots, please? It's so infuriating when they're very nearly there and then they decide they have to go and recharge. So what are those? Those are the negative pressure datas to the left. Yes, there we go. There we go. So now we can start making the 0 point energy data again. Is it 0 point energy? No, dark matter data. So that now works. We just don't have enough coming through. And then up here, this is going to be a slightly bigger fix. And so I will call this. This can be the last thing of the day, I suspect. No, further. Because down near here, tier 2 recipe takes in cold thermofluid. Tier 3 takes in super chilled, and I got that, and I didn't realise. So this is all horribly wrong. Oh, I think what I'm going to... I can either try and come up with a way to squeeze another pipe in down here, and that could be done, just to, I don't know how. Not easily, though. Or, you know what I think might actually be easier? If I cut this here, like that, ditch that thermofluid, like that, and do the same here, cut that, and ditch all the thermofluid in this system. That's a bit of a waste, but we have so much heavy oil that we can be glad of an excuse to use some of it up. So, up here, what we're going to do now is we're going to rotate all of these round, because they all produce... I don't know why I've got them spaced out like this, to be honest. They all produce warm, but they just take in different temperatures of input. So, if I turn them all around like this, then I can use the pipe up the middle for taking away warm, and then this one up here can be the cold. Tristan's messing around with the researchers. Okay, I was wondering why everyone's
Astro 3.
blurping at me. Oh, okay,
Astro
cool.
3 is the next
Thank
thing
you.
to research.
So that's this one, the cold one. We need a pipe coming across here and to there, and then we need whatever the appropriate length of pipe is in there. It's going to be more than a 9. 9 and a 3 and a 1 by the looks of it, which is lovely. And 3, 1. There we go. So there we go. That's got that going in there. Then we've got the warm coming out here. So we'll get rid of that, and actually we need to get rid of that completely because we don't need cold anywhere else because it is a silly temperature. Get rid of that. Nearly. All right, let's go with that. Put that to there. I can then run a windy pipe like that. Actually, let's make that 1, 2. Let's put a 3 in there, which I'll have to do from like this, but never mind. There we go. So that's that one fixed. So we've now got that one coming out there, and we then need the super chill coming across to here, this one. So we unplug this from here, because that shouldn't be warm, it turns out. This should be super chill. So once again, we ditch the 50 out of that pipe. That's fine, don't care about that too much. That's this pipe coming across here. So I now need to break into this one. And I need to join that one back up again as well. Do I have any more 9s like I do? That can go there. And then an underground to patch that up like so. And then from here, where is it? It's this pipe. That needs to be linked in here somehow. Is that 5? I think that looks like a 5. Yes, it is. And then maybe that's another 9 above it. It is. Right, there we go. So now it works. We've put in the correct types of thermofluid in everywhere, so now we're actually starting to produce the tier 3 catalogues. Oh, that was a stupid mistake. Just didn't look at the recipes closely enough. Oh yeah, superchargers are the ones that charge bots up quickly, aren't they? So I don't think we've actually got those yet. We could actually. We have the technology to research them. Yeah, charges 64 robots at a time at high speed. That is maybe, yeah. Given the system we have here, maybe we should have a row of those up the middle. But the problem is, you still get the bots doing this sort of thing coming across here, like trying to go across here like this. So it might be better, but bots would still be the battery size of bots would still be a little bit annoying. So looking at this, we can see that now the gamma ray radiation, the gamma ray data is working quite nicely. That's starting to backlog. We do have a horrible shortage of the dark matter data, though. And that is simply down to not having put in enough machines. And probably due to not having enough of the other cards coming through, yes. So I need to, basically, next time, I need to expand this area drastically. Because these are the two that I'm very short of. However, I think we'll leave that as an exercise for the reader. I mean, something to do in the next stream, because I'm aware that it is now 25 to tomorrow, and therefore probably time to start thinking about bed. So I hope everyone's enjoyed the stream. I shall be back on Wednesday when I shall be playing some I shall be starting XCOM 2. If you haven't made it, I've only had a couple of people submit soldiers so far. So chop, get on with it. Send some soldiers over to me on Discord, and I'll include you in the army, and you can be part of the fight against the alien menace, and hopefully not die too quickly. We shall see how that goes. And tomorrow's Tuesday. Yes, so there should be videos coming out tomorrow. If you're a supporter of the channel, so a Twitch subscriber, a YouTube member, or a Ko-Fi donator, then you will get early access to Marc's the next bit of Marc's Pyanodon excitement. If you're not, then you'll see last week's video, which is a follow-up to the a couple of week ago's file tutorial, where I go into a few more details of a couple of things I realised that I probably should have mentioned but hadn't. So yeah, there'll be a new video for everybody tomorrow. And Friday and Saturday this week we'll have new videos about what we've been getting up to today, and there's going to be lots and lots of Space Elevator stuff to talk about once again. But maybe after this update, then we'll be able to just say the Space Elevator is a known thing and it just, you know, works, and we can move on from that a little bit and get back to doing actual science as you've seen here. And so then hopefully we'll be able to get spaceships up and spaceshipping. And that means we'll then be able to start transporting resources around in much larger quantities, because we'll be able to make several of these, maybe go out and put in a space elevator, at least on the planets that have large quantities of resources coming off them at the moment. So probably the Cryonite planet and the Vulcanite planet first, and then after that we'll go on and see which other ones seem worthwhile. The Vulcanite planet is especially worthwhile because power is a pain there, so it'd be nice to be able to send it down by down through a cable from solar panels in space. Otherwise, I'm sure there's going to be lots more to do. I doubt if I've done half the things on my to-do list, but I feel like I've achieved quite a lot today, because we've got the trains running in the space elevator, we've got the third astroscience catalogue being made, and have any actually been made yet? I assume so, because it's been a moment or two. Yeah, it says it's finished 4, so those will be passed up to the train. They'll have gone into the station up here at least. Oh no, they haven't. Oh, I need to redesign this a bit because I forgot to split off the wait, hang on. Oh yeah. Right. Yes, they need to go in on They need to go in on separate belts to go into the thing so they can be programmed up properly. Okay, I'll fix that in the next stream, I think. So, right. Thank you everyone for watching. I will see you on Wednesday, and enjoy Tuesday's video as well, of course. As I say, remember to please do send over your XCOM 2 soldier, because I would like to have some have some more characters in there who have custom faces, custom setups, and just are a bit more meaningful to everyone who's playing and watching. So thank you very much for watching. I'll see you then, and goodbye.
Well,
bye guys.
Bye.